in effect. The documents that captured the movements of the people, building new governments, new livelihoods, and forging new frontiers are preserved for posterity.
I'm sorry, I'm
That's okay.
putting something in my phone and not even paying attention.
How are you doing?
Good.
All right.
How are y'all doing?
Yes, that's
How about the 12th?
no.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know that's.
Make me get here.
Well, that's on a Friday. We can't get everybody in here.
Yeah.
What's going on, counselor? Lawyer counselor. Yeah.
How are you doing, sir?
All right. Thank you, sir.
No money.
All right, I just want to. All right, thank you, sir.
Well, how are you? Yeah. Did you? Okay, good. Awesome. Good.
It was quick and didn't either understand the process was.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I guess it's her first time really being in charge of hunting for a party or something.
The resident here has been in charge. Hey, that's
Yeah, there you go.
how are you? Let's see you. Doing all right?
Yeah, I'm not having to fly out.
Oh, really? Where do you find?
I mean, like come in and leave like farm.
Oh, okay.
The last several council meetings. Usually it's because I had to break control or going to control, have control. Work for two companies. Onyx, Saracen. All other. In the state of Texas, they would turn to state county. All in other states, don't say it. They hadn't tried such a moniker. Thank you. Had to spread.
I was gonna order some water anywhere, you have to bring what you need.
Yeah.
And I just thought of the ice packs that you crack, what a good idea, then I'll put them in my backpack, so I can keep everything cold. How are you doing today, Crystal? Oh, I woke up this. Okay. That's half the battle right there, girl. I need to get, is Chief gonna be here tonight?
All right. Is everybody ready?
Imagine that. I got it.
Everybody
Give
ready?
him a
It's
license
5:30,
plate.
so let me go ahead and call this meeting to order. Right, Ms. Bolton? Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today's Tuesday, August 18th, 2026, and it's approximately 5:30 in the afternoon. And as you can see, we do have all city council members present. And Councilor Bolton, would you please lead us in the pledge? Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right.
Thank you.
Agenda item number 2, the City Council shall meet in executive session to discuss the following. Number 1, pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney about a proposed infrastructure improvement agreement, Sawyer Development Easement, between the City of Leon Valley and Samir Shahadi, One Stop Group LP. And then we have a second executive session item pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding a personnel matter. So at this time, 5:32, we will move to executive session, and we will be back no later than 6:30. So that's the regular start of the regular meeting. But if we are finished earlier, well, then we'll come back out. So I just wanted to, we will be in recess until then. Thank you.
What do you do now? Cool, kind of speak across.
We need that, looking at came out to be, came out to be almost million divided up two for municipality. And the funding we have we use fully maintain. Alright. Funding we can no, the funding we've been down valley, the people went to funding that's still not the when we do more projects here, this project was done in in this loop.
So, yeah. No, like I'm telling.
Yeah.
I got it. Also, first. You. So, you wind up. And Steve, that's all right. So, Howard. So you know, gotcha. Oh, sweet.
Actually, I will say no one up there knew, because to be fair. And so, and of course, remember staffers. And, but it, the explanation, will I go there late. All over. I'm a manager.
Just on maintenance? Private security. Part of it. But. Or.
Vicious and jagged. As a result of
Based on what you said, I was like,
the
instantly they like when I found out.
all right. You know what it is. And you're so
A little bit. Check emails, respond.
Okay, we're back from executive session at 6:30 on Tuesday, August the 18th. If I could have everyone have your seats so we can continue, I'd appreciate it. So we are reconvening into a regular session, and the next agenda item is citizens to be heard. So are there any citizens or visitors who wish to address the city council for items not on the agenda? You will be received right now. So, Mr. Bowl, you're first. Thank you and welcome.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Evan Bowl. I live in Forest Oaks, Canterfield area. Tonight's comment relates to actually what occurred at last City Council meeting. When the City Council went into executive session and came out to take action on the Chapter 2 ordinance and amending it, there was zero discussion and deliberation publicly from the City Council. It triggered something in me to do some research, and I'm here tonight to let y'all know that to go into executive session in consultation with attorney on the idea of passing an ordinance, changing the ordinance language, that is, according to the Texas Attorney General, on at least a minimum of 2 separate occasions, not allowed. If you want, the executive session actually is meant to be used for some of the items y'all were in there tonight. Personnel matters, contracts, pending and current litigation, which I know the city isn't in any of those things regarding litigation last meeting. But when the City Council came out, no one could speak. They were told they couldn't by the attorney. According to the state, the City Council may discuss what was discussed in the executive session, especially if you are taking action on it publicly. In fact, the Attorney General encourages it as a result of remaining transparent and ethical according to the Texas Open Meetings Act. I've thought about it and realized that this City Council goes into executive session to consult their lawyer on matters like the discussion around Chapter 2 a lot. Not just about Chapter 2, but the same type of consultation is had frequently over the past couple of years. Would have caught it sooner, but you know what? We're all human. But I'm letting y'all know tonight that those are violations. If someone pursued it and wanted to let y'all know that at any time y'all take action on a matter that was discussed in executive session, y'all can deliberate on it openly and share with the community what y'all discussed. Otherwise, it looks like y'all came up with a decision in executive session, which is not allowed to by law, and you're simply, in a formality sake, letting us know what that was, which was a yay or nay. And in this case, it was a unanimous yes
Thank
to
you,
remove
Mr.
those
Bowl.
amendments.
Do appreciate your comments
you.
this evening. Yes, Dr. Caldera.
Just to clarify, we did go back with possible litigation. We received a letter that day claiming possible litigation because of that ordinance. That's why y'all went into executive session.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? Yes, sir. If you'll please state your name and where you generally reside. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jonathan Ramos,
Okay.
and I live at 66 Pintail Pass, Leon Valley, Texas, 78240-3490. I'm here tonight because my home sits well within the 300-foot radius of the Century Communities development, as you all know. The problem I am deeply concerned about the city's lack of enforcement regarding the temporary variance issued to this developer. Specifically, Century Communities has repeatedly failed to provide the mandatory 72-hour notifications to affected residents prior to commencing concrete pours early in the morning. Because these notices are not being sent, my neighbors and I are subjected to disruptive noise without any warning or ability to prepare. The impact. The 300-foot notification rule exists for a reason, to protect residents from the severe impacts of early morning or late night construction noise. When the city grants a variance but fails to enforce its conditions, the developer is allowed to bypass accountability at the expense of our community's well-being. The request. Conclusion. Tonight, I am asking the council for two specific actions. First, what immediate steps will the city take to hold the Century Communities accountable for these violations? Second, how will the city ensure strict enforcement of the 72-hour notice requirement moving forward? That is all.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ramos. Do appreciate your comments. Anyone else like to address the council at this time? Please come forward. Okay. Seeing no one, then we will move to possible action on issues discussed in executive session if necessary. On agenda item 2.1, we are going to continue that discussion at the end of the regular city council meeting. On agenda 2.2, there was no action on personnel issues. So with that, we will move then to presentation. And I
Mayor,
believe you had a request.
A point of privilege.
Yes.
If we can, with my colleagues, if we can move up 10.1, some of the people that, for that organization are here to give the
Okay.
presentation. And also there's another one that's on the regular agenda here.
Okay, just 10.1, but did you have another
Right.
one too that you wanted us to move up?
Just 10.1 at the moment.
Okay, all right. Let me, is there any objection to Mr. Counselor Roscoe's request? All right, hearing none, then we will move to 10.1 as per the request.
Thank you.
Presentation, you bet. Presentation, discussion, and possible action of a petition for preliminary acceptance of public improvements at the Post Landing Unit 2 subdivision located at 7205 Hebner Road. And we have our Planning and Zoning Director, Mr. Gallardo, here this evening to present. Good evening, Michael. And
Good
we're
evening.
glad you're here. Thank you.
All right, as you stated, we're here to, for the petition for preliminary acceptance for Post Landing Unit 2 subdivision. So, should City Council approve developer's petition for preliminary acceptance of public improvements, which include water and sewer at Post Landing Unit 2 subdivision, your options are to approve or recommend, deny, or other. Staff declares that all public improvements are up to code. So, a little bit of background. In November of 2024, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved the plat for that, for Unit 2. And after that, the developer pulled its site work permits, started constructing, and recently in August of 2026, the city engineer did perform an inspection and approved the public improvements, stating that they were up to code. So owner is now petitioning to the city to approve the preliminary acceptance. So fiscal impact. So the developer did have to put up a maintenance bond in the amount of $483,711.10, which is 10% of the actual cost. The subdivider will take responsibility for all maintenance and replacement costs for the span of 1 year. After that, after the year is through, then the city goes back and makes another inspection, and if everything is basically up to par, then we accept those improvements.
Okay.
So obviously, staff and city engineer recommend the approval of the petition for preliminary acceptance for Post Landing Unit 2 subdivision.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for either Mr. Gallardo or the
Mr. Martinez?
Mr. Martinez? Yes. Good evening. Would you like to come forth? And you are the developer of the Post Landing Unit 2?
Yes, I'm part of the team.
Okay, and
And
your
I'm-
name, please?
Weston Martinez.
Hi, Mr. Martinez.
Nice to see you.
Welcome. We're glad
Thank
you're
you.
here.
Would like to, if you'd like, I can, let me just say this.
Sure.
We're very thankful for working with the city of Leon Valley. We're very thankful for the opportunity to broaden the tax burden in this area so that other long-term projects can be brought forth. I can tell you that in the development, one of the reasons that I actually work with this firm is because they're not a developer trying to do shortcuts. There are always things that we need to take action on or learn from the residents, that things need to be corrected or identified, and we welcome those comments. So we're very willing to have public engagement with the council and mayor and staff fully involved with whatever residents would like to be part of that. I can tell you that in the stormwater drainage, is one of the things I was looking at originally, is the fact that we over-engineered these particular ponds. Growing up in this area, I went to Rudder Middle School, I went to John Marshall High School, and there's never been storm drains ever on that section of Hebron because we all know the natural gravity flow goes down to the library. I would love for us to be involved in helping to fix the flooding at the library. If you have any public comments from anybody, please let me know. We can help with that, I think. But we took the staff's recommendation in city code, we implemented it as an example. We found some gaps in practices that are happening in city of San Antonio. We took those as best practices and we implemented them at our own cost to be a good neighbor and to do it without a requirement from the city. So those are things we're glad to talk about. I have learned in engaging with some of the community members about the noise and about those issues. So one of the questions I was talking to one of the residents earlier, Leon Valley probably has a reverse 911 system. I don't know that we want a reverse 911 residents every 72 hours saying we're going to be doing pours in that location. I also explained that when you have large equipment, you have times when TxDOT allows you to move them and not move them. So the reason for starting early has some reasons because of that. And then also cure time for concrete, the actual humidity, the temperature, et cetera. But knowing that we have some residents that have a concern, we're going to try to figure out what is a good way. I talked to one of the residents earlier and I said, you know, maybe we can put an actual sign that says we're going to be pouring on these days. So the residents, as they ingress and egress, they'll be aware. It'd be less intrusive. People would know to look. It would be easy. And then if we do have community leaders, not just council members and staff and mayor, but residents in the community that have been keeping a good eye on that and holding all of us accountable, maybe we can receive their direct personal information so that we can also notify them, because I would anticipate they probably have a network of people that they're talking to. And, you know, we believe that sunshine is always the best disinfectant. And so we're, again, thankful for what's going on here, glad to do things in a way that is a good neighbor. And that's all I'd like to say at this point. You have a lot of stuff to talk about.
Well,
Any questions, I'm glad to answer.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Orozco, did you have anything else to add?
No, sir. I know that Counselor has.
Okay, Counselor Campos, what would you like to say?
I think these questions are for Mr. Gallardo.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for being a good partner.
I'll be here until this
All right,
agenda item.
you bet. Thank you. Mr. Gallardo?
So I was reviewing the maintenance bond that was attached to our agenda items, and I did not see the surety company's name. Who's the surety company?
Our city secretary has the original one right now that was delivered that has a surety company on there. I can provide that for you.
And can you also cover with the council, what is our verification process when someone turns in a maintenance bond? That you actually, that it is a valid bond, and the company has the financial wherewithal to back this bond?
So what it does, it comes with a seal, and it's actually a seal that's not just imprinted. You can actually touch it, so you rub your fingers over it, and it comes with a power of attorney attachment to it. So that's basically the verification for that.
Do you ever reach out to the actual surety company?
We don't, because it does have that seal. I mean, that the honest truth is, that would be hard to replicate.
Okay, I'll provide you a replication of it.
Okay.
Okay, but I would recommend that to staff that they do reach out to the surety company to validate that this is a valid bond.
Okay.
I have seen in the past, in my career, where the bond was not a valid bond.
Okay.
We can verify that for you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments for Mr. Martinez? Did you want to respond to that? Yes, sir, go ahead.
I would like to state that Century is a publicly traded company and that the surety bond is legal and enforceable and appropriate. We're more than glad to provide any other information staff may want to validate its truthfulness.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, Dr. Caldera.
The city secretary just informed me that you have it, Mayor, I guess, in your packet of stuff, if you want to show Mr. Campos.
I have it in.
Like in a little bit, my original.
Excuse me, no, sir. This is, we're in a regular city council meeting right now, not citizens to be heard. Is it over there? Okay, thank you. We got a lot of paper up here, so, all right. I bet it is, because that's the original that we need to sign. Mhm. There it is. Okay, and Counselor Campos is reviewing the original document with the seal. Go ahead, you may.
I do encourage staff to reach out to this company just to verify that it is.
So we
bond that was
can,
issued.
if you want to, you can make a motion, but add in there that you're requesting a verbal verification over the phone in order to approve this agenda item.
Okay,
I don't know,
because we
do
are
we
able.
need any citizens to be heard on this issue?
Okay, any citizens speak, you can speak on this issue, Mr. Ramos, on this particular maintenance agreement, maintenance bond. That's what we're approving tonight. If you have something on that.
Yeah, just for some more clarity on it. So basically, it's just to maintain what is already being developed in the area, correct? That's what I'm wanting to know.
No, I'll let you, Mr. City Attorney. Yeah,
The item is for preliminary acceptance.
Yeah. yeah, it's the streets and the drainage and the stormwater and all this. That's what we're approving tonight, the preliminary.
Are-
And then for 1 year, and they put up a bond, and at the end of 1 year, we'll come back and we'll approve the final acceptance.
Are concrete washout pits included in this?
No,
Okay.
that's not
All
part
right,
of this.
Okay.
That's all.
All right, thank you. All right, so with that, and there's no other citizens that would like to speak on this issue, would you like to make a motion, Mr. Campos?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve regular agenda item 10.1 as presented with an additional modification that there's a verbal verification of this bond with the issuing surety company.
I'll second it.
Okay. And so that was a tie there, so let me,
Betty can do it.
all right, let me ask, okay, so we have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Heil to approve 10.1 as presented with the modification that a verbal agreement with the surety company about the maintenance bond will be held or will be taken by our verification of the, verbal verification of the, with the surety company about the bond. There we go. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you very much. Do appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. All right, did you have anything else, Mr. Orozco, as far as?
Did you have an issue, do you have an agenda item? Yes.
Yes, his is next. That's the
Health
medical
insurance.
insurance. That's Matt, yeah. How are you doing? Good to see you. So we're going back then to the presentations on our first page of our agenda, 6.1, presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve fiscal year 2027 group insurance proposal for employee medical, dental, and life insurances provided by Gallagher Benefit Services. We have Lisa Hernandez, our Human Resources Director, here this evening to present.
Good evening, Mayor,
Welcome.
Council. So we do also have here Matt Stedman, who is the Senior Area Vice President for Gallagher Benefit Services, if y'all have any additional questions or clarifications on our proposed plans. So I am here to present to you our proposed insurance, our proposed insurance plans for fiscal year 2027 for medical, dental, and life insurances. The medical renewal plan we discussed with Matt in regards to our United Healthcare current plan that we currently have versus what the renewal would have been. The renewal plan would have been a 19% increase, going from $819.09 to $974.72, which is a $155.63 increase on employee only. You could barely see it on this, but it is there. It is a 19% increase, and that was what we currently have to if we were to do an identical plan for next fiscal year. So we looked at options of what else can we do. We have to be creative. We know we have a tight budget this fiscal year, and we want to make sure that we are providing a reasonable and affordable plan to both the city and to employees. So Dr. Caldera, myself, and Matt, as well as Heather Kennedy, who is not here, who is also our healthcare representative, went over about 90 plans with United Healthcare. Out of the 90 some plans, we did choose a negotiated plan, which is a low base plan model. That gives you a calendar year deductible difference of $1,000 increase for employee only. That is also a preventative with 100% still match. There's a slight difference in regards to the co-insurances. With our current plan, we have a co-insurance of 80%. With our new plan, it will be 75%. So there is a 5% decrease on the coverage of co-insurance. The office co-pays, though, however, did go down. You're going to be seeing a $15 preventative care co-pay for office visits versus the $30. Those that see a specialty physician will be paying a slightly higher co-pay visit for that. Urgent care cost does go down as well from 50 to 25. The difference here, the dramatic difference here would be your ER co-pay. We do have currently a $500 deductible, a copay for emergency room visits. And with the new base plan, this is a new model, new method that was new to us. It's a $400 per occurrence deductible. That $400 per occurrence deductible is waived if you are actually admitted into the ER. So employees do have to be cautious of, do they go to urgent care and pay $25, or they go to emergency room and pay $400? So that is basically the difference in regards to the plans. The cost, though, the variation of the cost, we pay $819.09. This cost is $808.76 per employee. So it is a decreased cost for the employee only, with no increase in premium costs towards the city. The city will just incur anything up to, if we continue to do so, $881.52 for any medical plan the employee chooses to elect if we went up to a different plan for buy-up. So currently we have that in place. City Council adopted it last fiscal year for this current year. and hoping we could still supplement that amount. So with the buy-up plan option, I did put this slide in there on request. So this is a new slide showing what we currently have for our buy-up plan option versus if an employee wanted to buy up. If they don't want the low plan, they can use the 881.52 to buy up into the plan. Currently, the plan is $919.07. However, minus the 881.52, the employee will be paying $37.55 a month. The calendar year deductible is slightly increased by $500. The preventative care still remains at 100%. Co-insurance still remains at 80%. The office co-pays do slightly increase from 25 to 35, and everything else still remains the same if they wish to buy up to that plan. So I do propose two options for fiscal year 2027. The new base plan option, which is our low plan that City Council may offer to employees, as well as a buy-up plan that the city employees may buy up to with the 881.52 supplemental amount. And there is the cost difference in between each plans and what the employee will be paying for that. Any questions?
Okay. Are there any questions? Yes, Councilor Campos.
Mr. Hernandez, thank you for the presentation. And thank all of you for reviewing this. And Gallagher, thank you so much for all these alternatives. One of my concerns is that with this new base plan, the deductibles for employees is going up drastically, as well as the maximum out-of-pocket. It concerns me that the maximum out-of-pocket was, I think, $3,000 to $6,000, and it's going up to $8,150 for an individual, and up to $16,300 for their family. Right? If I'm reading that correctly.
The max out-of-pocket per calendar year. That is not their calendar year deductible.
No, I understand that. The deductible currently is $2,000 to $4,000 for the family, and then the others now we're going to a 3 to 6. And so I understand the buy-up. Is there, and I appreciate the city manager all the work that she's done on the budget. Okay, and that we're covering that a little bit later. But is there any way that we could help subsidize the buy-up? That's my question.
Dr. Caldera, go ahead, please.
So the council can do whatever it wishes to do, but if you're gonna do that, my recommendation would be to go back to the old plan and pay the $919. I mean, if you're willing to subsidize, then just increase the amount you're willing to give each employee. And so instead of $881, then you're willing to give each employee $900. Then if that was the case, then you could have changed your base plan to have a better base plan. But here's the thing, and the reason that I picked the plan that I picked, this isn't the worst health insurance we've ever had. I've been here long enough that we've had $10,000 maximum out of pocket. I've been here when we've had $5,000 deductibles. You're comparing last year to this year. What typically happens, and Matt can jump in at some point, with our employee population is we get a really good health insurance plan. I call it low bid us, and United was brand new to us. And so they gave us a really good deal with both the base plan and the buy-up plan. What ends up happening is your employees go and use the plan, which, they go and get all their surgeries done, they go and do all of that. And then we have a high utilization report. And so then the next year comes around and the bid comes up high. Then we need a cost corrector, which is why I'm doing the $400 pod on this particular one to keep people out of the emergency room unless they're going to be admitted. They need to start using the urgent care. You do one of these plans, it rectifies employee behavior, and then you'll start seeing your utilization dip. And when the utilization dips, then the subsequent years, you typically get better health insurance plans. So I've been here quite some times. We've been with Blue Cross Blue Shield, we've been with Aetna, we've been with Humana, and the current plan that we're proposing isn't one of the worst plans we've had. We've had one that was, by far probably, this is in the middle of some of the plans that we've had over the 20 years, but you can absolutely add more to the 881. The problem is you really don't have extra money. like, I could move some money around to make that happen, but I think once you start giving that kind of benefit, like, once we're giving the 881, once you move up to 900, to take the 900 away from the staff in subsequent years is harder to do when you don't have the money to be able to do it. And so I'm trying to manage the benefits that you're giving and finding a balance of what you're providing to the employees, because once you give it, it's harder to take it away. And so I'm trying to mitigate the amount you're paying per employee, because I don't know in the next 10 years if we'll be able to continue to afford to do that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Counselor Heil.
My insurance went up 20% too this year, so I need Dr. Caldera to call him if you want. But the other thing, would you explain the deductible? The deductible is you pay 80% when you go to the doctor, and that 20% is that becomes your deductible? How does that work?
So
I don't
currently,
understand how you get to $5,500.
So currently with the co-insurance covers 80%. The
Right.
employee will cover the other 20%. So every time you go into some treatment of a doctor, not necessarily, does a co-pay apply to the deductible?
Go ahead,
No.
come on up,
So when
Matt.
you go
Good to
to-
see you. This is Matt Stedman from
There you go.
Gallagher.
Go to the base plan, Lisa, because that's the one we're referencing. So Matt, explain when
Yes.
the deductible comes into play and when you start having to pay towards your max out of pocket.
Sure, no worries. And
And
Good to see
welcome.
everybody
Yes,
again.
welcome back.
thank you.
Mhm.
And really the idea behind all this was we try to move the needle on the pricing affecting the least amount of people, right? So most people use the plan to go to the doctor and get scripts,
Yeah.
about 85%. They won't get into deductible, they won't get into out of pocket. They go, because that's all copays. Copays, just, that's what they are. They don't apply towards your deductible. And the easiest way I can describe, like, what type of services would be, it'd be obviously hospitalizations, right? Surgeries on the out, like a rotator cuff, something like that. Usually bigger ticket items. That applies towards your deductible. Your deductible is paid first, and then after the deductible, that's where that split comes in on the out-of-pocket, up to your out-of-pocket max. So it's a legitimate concern. I mean, but it's going to affect the least amount of people, because most people don't get into deductibles and out-of-pockets, an MRI, CAT scans, those kind of, big ticket items. For most people, you go to the doctor, you get a script. Those are all copays. So, well, I'll stop there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor, I just wanted to be sure Counselor Bolton didn't have a question. Counselor Campos.
Thank you for that clarification. It makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
Because, when I see that creeping up from 6,000 to 16,000
Yeah,
max out of pocket,
yeah,
it's kind of like, there's not a whole lot of people that can afford that,
yeah.
when they get sick.
it's-
So that was my concern, but you addressed.
But I mean, it's a legitimate concern that we're all struggling with healthcare. And per what was discussed earlier, we typically, each year, we try to fight where we're at, right? Sometimes we run well, sometimes we don't, and we change the plans. We're always trying to improve the plan. Though sometimes we had some very tough years and we had to do what we had to do. Go ahead, sorry.
Very good. Oh, yes, another follow-up. Mr. Campos, go
One
ahead.
other comment, I'm getting this from the paper, the
Sure.
actual newspaper. The city of San Antonio is having the same problem about emergency room utilization. So I'm glad you've got
Yeah.
this adjustment
Yeah.
to it to help
Yeah.
help us control the cost of the emergency room visits.
I'll thank your city manager for finding that, but we happen to also be the consultant for the city of San Antonio, as an FYI.
Yeah, you've got to feel really, really bad to go to the emergency room.
It's-
Because
some
if you're
people
not
use it as a
admitted, then
credit.
you owe the 400, right?
Yeah,
So. I
that's
think
only on the
that's
base plan. So
on
the
on the
buyout
base
still,
plan, yeah. Okay, yes, Dr.
Uh,
Caldera.
Just for kind of other kind of clarification purposes, we did go out to bid. So we went
did.
out to Blue Cross Blue Shield. They had a 43% increase. They didn't have any plans in the area. You do have some plans that are coming up from healthcare providers that we're not used to seeing, like Curative and
Text care,
Text Care.
Every Health.
And so we
yeah.
did
I've
get
heard of those.
tempted to kind of look at some of those plans. They're becoming a little bit more mainstream, and so that may be in the city's near
next year.
future. The other thing that's come up is the HMO, idea of the HMO. When I first started here, HMO was the base plan and the buy-up plan was the PPO plan. So in upcoming years, in order to control your health insurance a little bit better, that may be something we take a look at in the future. And it would decrease your maximum out-of-pocket and your deductible amounts, but you'd have to stay in network in your HMO. And so again, that may be something we look at in the future. So just so you know, you're not caught off guard in the future. We are trying to do the best that we can to mitigate your benefit package as best we can.
Yeah, we typically will shop it thoroughly every year, unless we've had a few years where the carrier gave us such a good offer that we were like, oh, well, we had I think a minus 10 or 20 one time from Blue Cross. We're like, okay.
We'll take it.
But it's thoroughly shopped, every year.
Okay, well, thank you. Anyone else? All right. Was that the end of your presentation, Ms. Hernandez?
Just slightly, we do
Okay.
have the rate renewal plan with dental.
Oh, yes.
No changes with our dental plan.
Okay.
That plan is guaranteed
Mhm.
through the end of next year. So we won't have any changes there, as well as our basic life insurances. So those are
That's the
locked
same.
in. Our fiscal impact remains at $908.54 per employee, no increases, and it is a balanced budget with this amount in there.
Okay, very good.
And we do have the buy-up options, and other optional supplemental insurances that employees could buy into, which is their vision, accidental, critical illness. That will all still remain the same. I am here to ask for I'm here to recommend approval of our medical base plan with United Healthcare, the ETQN plan, and to remain with our dental low and basic life insurance plans, as well as the supplemental amount of $881.52.
Okay, very good. All right. So, yes, Counselor Marsh.
I'd like to move to accept the proposed United Healthcare ETQN plan and the associated buy-up plans, dental, life, as presented tonight.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Counselor Marsh and a second by Counselor Orozco to approve the 2027 group insurance proposal for employee medical, dental, and life insurance provided by Gallagher Benefit as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you
Thank
again
you.
for all your hard efforts in getting this stay within our budget, so we do appreciate it. Thank you so much. All righty, great. That was unanimous. Okay. Moving then to presentation number 6.2, presentation, discussion, and direction to staff on the Leon Valley 4th of July celebration. And Dr. Caldera, our city manager, is here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So as you know, we did a presentation at the Coffee with the Mayor and the Council, and then we put a survey out that day in person, and then we put a survey out online. And because the budget is the topic of conversation this evening, I wanted to make sure you had those survey results, and we kind of go over those and have those discussions to see if there's anything you would like to change in regards to the 4th of July. So essentially, if you look back at 2024, we spent $141,000 with sponsorships, and then pretty close to the same amount in 2025. We budget about $180 for this event because sponsorships aren't guaranteed, but we always try to supplement your budget with sponsorships. And so Miranda did a really good job on both the years and was able to get close to $40,000 worth of sponsorships and bring that number down. In 2026, we opted to do a very small neighborhood event, and we spent about $14,486. And these are estimates. I think we're still waiting on one or two little items to come in. The future event option is you could do option 1, which was to go for the full-fledged event. Option 2, which was the fireworks only, which is around about $66,000, or back to the hometown event for $15,000. This is the option we do have budgeted in your FY27 budget. So in-person town hall meeting, the strongest preference for in-person was just to stick with the small town event. And it's also important to note at the town hall meeting, the majority of people that were there actually attended our small town event. The people online did not. And so that's kind of a nice variation there as well. But the people in person at the town hall event preferred the smaller event. When asked how to address the funding needs, 8 out of 17 preferred keeping the smaller event and 7 preferred holding the larger one. The other next big one was if you're going to fund the larger event, they preferred when funding became a problem, they preferred the hometown event over anything else. Fireworks still remained an attraction, either both in person or online. A majority of people really kind of like the firework component of our 4th of July celebration. And then 4th of July is valued, but it is not the top priority of the people that were here on that Saturday. But residents still overall simply preferred like enhancing maybe the small town event, and they suggested maybe more food options, cooling areas, maybe more family activity, and then more music. I think the comments that I got, there was a lot of speaking going on at that event, a lot of talking, and they'd like to hear a little bit more music. So the overall results from the in-town person event was that they didn't really, if they had to choose between a large festival and no celebration, of course they wanted something, but they were okay with the small hometown event if the resources were available. The online was a very kind of different story. Fireworks were still overwhelmingly the most valued feature. Residents were in favor of the larger event over the hometown event. In looking at this particular survey, though, I think we had a total of 66 respondents on this one. The survey was set up to not have somebody continuously put in, but it didn't stop you geographically. So there could be people that responded to the surveys that don't live in Leon Valley, if that makes sense. Because you could have been at your law firm and responded. It doesn't prohibit you from responding from a different location. So that's kind of important to note. The respondents were in favor of they were in favor of the larger event over the hometown event. So they liked the 180,000. They also weren't as opposed to other funding mechanisms. Versus on the in-person event, they were okay with like charging for parking or charging an entry fee, but they were not in favor of like raising property tax in order to fund this event. But they were willing to look at alternative funding. But again, fireworks was the number one attraction. There was for the larger event, again, they supported parking, entry fee. If you were going to charge an entry fee, it looks like $5 was the majority of people here were okay with. They preferred this to be an evening traditional, kind of what we've been doing in the past. So overall, the survey demonstrated strong support for continuing the Leon Valley 4th of July celebration, fireworks emerging as the single most important component. So nearly 3/4 of the respondents identified fireworks as their favorite. Then what I did was I combined both the in-person and the online survey to kind of see if it changed the results at all. It really didn't. Fireworks still came out on top. The larger event, because there was more people that responded to the online survey, still came out on top. Let's see. So again, the residents didn't have as much support for the smaller event when you combined them, but it seemed overwhelmingly nobody was in favor of raising the property tax. When you combine, they rated 4th of July as a high priority in this survey, but 45% rated it as a medium priority. So it's not a number one priority for the community, but it's still ranked, in the top. Alternative cost recovery measures were kind of stipulated with paid parking still coming out on top. So overall, the survey results demonstrate strong community support for City 4th of July event, with fireworks identified as the most important. While respondents showed interest in restoring the full celebration, there was not a majority to support the $180,000 full event, nor was there significant support to increasing property tax, which faced with limited funding, a majority of respondents preferred the annual fireworks only. So like if you kind of took a look at it as from an overall picture, that seemed to rise. The council asked me to start adding a whole bunch of options, so here are 8 different options for you to kind of review. You could just do the hometown celebration, you could do the full 4th of July celebration and use reserve funding for one event. I wouldn't recommend that you continue to do that, because eventually, if you continue to hold that event, it's an ongoing operating expense, so you will eventually run out of funds. You could do a full celebration and increase revenue to restore the full event by increasing your property tax rate. You could do just the fireworks only, which is 66,000. We could take the remaining, again, out of your reserve fund. Again, it's not something I would tell you to continue to do, but that's something you could do. You could do a cost-sharing sponsorship model with mainly for like your paid parking, making, making the Little League, I think, charges for parking, but making them pay us a portion of said parking, or, you can look at charging for parking in our parking lots. Charging an entry fee. We in the past have done ticket models, which means that it doesn't work. Not that it doesn't work, it just requires more staff time to make sure you're getting a percentage cut from all the vendors of their sales. I just don't know if that would decrease the number of vendors you would have at the 4th. And then you could do a larger event every 5 years, which seemed to be up there as one of the options. So we could do one, save up, kind of like how you've been doing your fire truck. You set aside money every year, so you could set aside money every year. Then you get to the year 5. So like in the 255th anniversary, you could do a large event, and then the subsequent years you can do a smaller event. But then you can show the community that you're hearing them and assign funds every year to get ready and geared up for that year 5 event, if that's something you all are interested in doing. The fiscal impact for this year is the hometown budget event. And then, of course, it's y'all's discretion on how y'all would like to proceed.
Okay, Councilor Bolton has her hand up first. Go ahead, please.
What does that look like? I mean, how? I
So,
live right there, so I'm gonna be able to see them. I don't, how would be.
so we've done it in the past. So we used to fence the entire park. It is a little bit cumbersome because we still have people that break the fencing to get in because that's the way they've always gotten into the 4th. And so it does cause some problems in that regard. From a security standpoint, there's a lot of things that have to be implemented when you fence the park. You have to have clear bags. We have to check. We don't allow outside food or drinks because weaponry can be hidden, and then you're encased in this fishbowl situation with only one or 2 entries in and out of the park. Like, you can't just escape, if that makes any sense. So there's a lot of additional security measures. But yes, I mean, I don't know if the $5 would offset.
Yeah, I was gonna
the
say, what about the cost of the
Fencing.
overtime, the fencing?
It's not going to cover the entire cost of this event by all means, but it would help subsidize your event. But the additional cost, by charging $5, it should help cover the additional cost of doing that. But there's no way to know because we don't have an exact number of people that are coming to these events. And then what typically happens is you'll get some residents that will complain about the $5. So then they'll want you to charge a lesser amount for the kids. And then if you can bring that you're low income, and then it's kind of like our pool situation. Anytime we kind of get in that kind of conversation, that's typically what transpires when we start charging, when the city starts charging for stuff. And so, but it's an option. We can try it and see how that works. But we've never charged an entry fee, but we have gated the entire park before.
Okay.
Councilor Heil, thank you.
Change is always difficult for everybody. And I think part of the problem this year is because it was the 250th. And I think that's what upset a lot of people. But I really liked the hometown, the little Saturday morning. It was fun. People came out. People were having fun. And I'm fine with keeping that up.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilor Marsh.
If you do focus on the fireworks only, I really don't think people are going to pay to go in. They're just going to crowd around the outside of the park where they can still see the fireworks or watch it from home. I see problems with charging for parking because we already have issues with people parking on all the neighborhood streets because we don't have enough parking or they don't want to take the bus that we have the shuttles and stuff. So I think if you charge for parking, that just gives people another reason not to park in the parking that they have to pay for. So I'm not sure any of those are real solutions. I think paying to enter kind of loses its appeal if we didn't have all of the lengthy music and programming before the fireworks, if it was just fireworks. So I can't see how any of those can be successful. And I also kind of have mental issues with every 5 years have a big celebration, because people that just come into the city are going to be so confused about, is this a fireworks here? Is this not a fireworks here or whatever? I'm not sure that that's realistic either. So I'm in favor of possibly reimagining the hometown celebration with maybe some of the suggestions. But on the online survey, if I'm understanding you right, you said that you verified you didn't have one address giving more than one vote, but you couldn't rule out that they were from San Antonio.
No, so what it is the device.
Okay,
So it didn't allow you to make the survey multiple times on the same device.
but you could do one
I
on your
could-
phone, you could do one on your
Computer,
laptop, one on
correct,
your, okay.
Correct. And then I couldn't, on this particular survey, what I did was take because I wanted it to be similar, take the town hall, or the coffee with the mayor and council survey, and all we did was put it online. Where I failed, I think, is I should have required the online survey to include an address,
Yeah.
which we didn't. And so there's no way for me to tell you that all of the people, the 66 people, were Leon Valley residents, or whether that even matters to you in this conversation or not. I'm not recommending that. If you do the fireworks only, it is truly the fireworks only. Like, there's no music, there's no lights, I mean, I would have to still get some lighting, because we could have some tripping hazards, because it's dark in some areas, and maybe some extra porta potties, but no music, no stage, no lights. So we tried to do that in the past, and then we got a lot of complaints because people are expecting this thing. So I think no matter what direction you go in, you're gonna, if it's not the full-fledged event that people became accustomed to, you're gonna have people concerned.
Thank you.
Councilor Roscoe, did you want to say something?
I think this is gonna be a double-edged sword. You're gonna be darned if you do and darned if you don't. We're gonna be ridiculed which every way we go. You're gonna say that Ms. Howell said, you missed the biggest event in your life,
50.
even though I was there in the 70s for bicentennial. We just getting a chance to breathe with the monies that we have in our bank. And we're gonna be giving it back out. We're gonna be stretching our budget again. Give us a little time to breathe. And we didn't raise taxes this year, which is a good thing. And if we start going again and spending $180,000, well, we're gonna be right there back again, how we're gonna make ends meet. I'm okay with a homestyle celebration, but if we can add a little bit more to it, not an enormous amount of money that we put into it, but I thought it was pretty decent. People liked it. I got some good comments on it, and we can always improve on it without having to spend $180,000.
Okay, very good. Councilor Campos, I'll let you go next, and then I'll have my comments.
Okay. So my concern is that we don't have the budget for it. And as we have it today, and you're gonna cover this next, we have a balanced budget with the $15,000 in it. And I've seen where you've moved different things to different funds, and I applaud you for that. If we have fireworks only, it's still more than what we have. And people are not willing to pay more in real estate taxes for this. I'm comfortable with the homestyle event. Not the homestyle burger, but the homestyle event.
Hometown. Okay.
Hometown.
Well, I liked our hometown event because that's what we used to do before we went with the big shebang for 180,000. I don't think we can go that route ever again. I just don't think our budget, we've got too many long-term needs with, capital and taking care of our employees, that kind of thing. But, the one thing that resonated in your online and it was the fireworks. And so, and at night, they wanted to do it at night. But 66,000, I thought, okay, you minus 15, so you still need, 41,000 or whatever. We couldn't do that with sponsorships, could we? We've never gotten that much in sponsorships, so I mean.
Well, you do when you have a large event, because
Okay.
you're putting their sponsorships on banners and things
but
like
not
that.
just
Not
fireworks.
for just fireworks.
Okay.
I mean, you get your vendors that come in. If you're doing just fireworks, you're gonna have to come up. We could still try, right? We would, I mean, I'm not saying that the staff wouldn't try, even on this 15,000 event. Now that once the council makes a decision that this is the way we're going and no takebacks this year, then Miranda has a full year to prepare for that small event. And you see what she does with the Christmas tree lighting event, and you give her like 2 pennies to be able to put that together. And she gets a lot of sponsorship. She puts down a great Christmas tree lighting event with minimal money. And so I think this, because it was done like 2 or 3, the final decision was like 2 or 3 months before the event, it limited her time. So I do think that there's some things that she'll be able to do with this 15,000. And then again, and this part of this 15,000 doesn't include the 5K. We got permission from Tiger to use the Tiger money to cover the 5K. So I'm going to assume that that's what y'all want to continue to do with the 5K money for next year.
Did it exceed the 2,500, or did that cover
I have to
the
go back and do
5K?
the math. I think it covered the majority of it. I think it was like, I don't know, a couple of hundred off, but
Okay.
nothing to call home about. Again, it's just one of those things that, again, maybe you do fireworks every 5 years. We switch to 255th and say, okay, it's the 255th and we do fireworks that year, or do a big event that year. I hear your point of like people get confused. Well, people really, we had a little confusion. I really thought we were going to have like a massive thing, and we had to turn away people at the park, and we had to tell people along, Bandera Road, like we weren't doing the event. But I think if you keep whatever tradition you take, it's kind of up to us to communicate that direction to the community. So,
Well, I don't know. Yes, Counselor Bolton.
Is it possible that for next year, I agree, I did like the hometown event, it was nice. But I do also like the fireworks.
well, y'all can
If we
stay at
have a
home.
year, can we see if we could do the small town with the fireworks at night?
So you're splitting a day, so your overtime is substantial.
Okay,
Right,
because the
so-
people stay on the entire day even though,
Well, you try to send people home, but you only have such a small staff, so people don't want to split shift.
okay.
You're taking, not only are you taking up either their evening, because we either do the evening event and the staff has the majority of the staff. I'm here all day. I was here that day until we got done, so I was here for the 5K. But the majority of the staff are here for their shift. So they either get to spend the morning with their family or the evening with their family, depending on which event you choose. And so when you do a split event like that, you're taking my staff the whole
So
day.
could we do the hometown later in the day before it got dark?
You could do a hometown event and then shoot off the fireworks, but then you're just now increased your cost.
I understand, but I'm hoping with a
15 plus
year that,
66. Yeah.
No, guys, I know sponsorships and grants is always like, we can just do that. Like, it's not something I can promise.
I
Right.
understand that, but
So
I
you're-
thought we'd do a tester year and see how it worked and if it was feasible, if HEB, if the different companies and stuff. If the fireworks are really that big of a deal to this community, then I think the people that are in this community might step up. Well,
Yeah, I don't, not for that. We have a hard time getting sponsorships when we have the larger event. Like, and we're promising them advertisements on the stage, advertisements all week, advertisements in the bulletin board. Now, I'm not gonna say it's not possible and we couldn't find somebody to sponsor the fireworks. We used to have, and Sierra used to sponsor your fireworks for a long time. And then the economy went sideways in the car industry and they stopped sponsoring it. So it's kind of one of those things of the city has to support the event that it's willing to put on, and the sponsorships are cherry on top to be able to cover the event. Nobody told Miranda she has to make 41,000, each year, but she's been, with the larger events coming up with about 40 to 45,000 for each of those years to cover the 180. But I don't know what just a fireworks looks like, and I get that that's a priority, and if that's what y'all want to do, we can certainly pivot that direction and take that money out of your reserve account to be able to cover that cost, but you're not going to be able to do that year after year after year.
Well, we used to take, 30,000 or 35,000 for the economic development?
But you eat up, that money's
But
no longer
that-
there
that-
because we've spent it now.
We've spent it on personnel and whatnot. Yeah, I know, that was my point.
You just don't have that
Yeah.
available,
Mhm.
or that option available.
Yes, Counselor Marsh.
I would suggest, or I think it's a possibility, that we try a second year with the hometown event. One, because I think we need to publicize it more. I think some of the
that's right.
suggestions that were on the survey about providing more shade, providing more music, those kind of things will help attract some people. I just think if we keep changing every year, we're not going to refine it to find out. And personally, I trust the people who actually went to the hometown event and said it was good than the ones who said, I didn't go, but I didn't like it either, and I want my big celebration back. And we don't know how many of those were City of San Antonio citizens.
And you bring up a good point, because we did not send out a postcard this year about the 4th of July. And so people didn't know about the hometown event. And so that would be something that we would need to improve upon for next year. So is that communication?
One of the, Mayor, one of the
Yes, go
biggest
ahead.
things that I did get a comment on was the raffle.
Yeah,
The stuff that we're
I
giving
love
out.
the raffle.
They
I thought
love
that was
that.
good,
And
yeah.
It can
That
be as
brings
simple
people
as,
in, yeah.
as mentioned earlier, tickets to swimming pool for a year or something,
Well,
But
those
they love
$100
it. I got
gift
some good
cards to
comments on that.
HEB was really a winner, I think, And so we'd
So,
have to
yeah,
do that
We can
again.
add more gifts,
Yeah. So, anyone else? So it sounds like we're going to stick with our hometown. Is that the consensus? Is that what I'm hearing? Or is there anybody that's really feels like we ought to try the fireworks?
I think we should stick with the hometown for this year, for this coming
Anyone disagree with that?
year.
Yeah. Councilor Bolton, I know you want the fireworks. I know you do. But I would, this is when you read the comments, the fireworks are the biggest,
Even the
yeah.
gentleman got arrested yesterday, and when something happened, he said, I don't care about that, I care about fireworks,
Mhm.
which is hilarious,
Mhm. So,
The citizens that I've talked to are really, really upset about fireworks.
yeah. Okay, yes, Counselor
Well,
Campos.
can we come to a compromise that we have the hometown and program at least the fireworks,
For the 255th,
right?
I think that's a good
And that way
compromise.
we can set aside some reserve money a little bit each year,
Okay.
and then at the 5-year mark, then we can republicize this. That would be my recommendation.
Is that fireworks only or the big event?
For me, I
See.
think it's fireworks only, but I listen to my colleagues,
Counselor Heil.
Or do we wait until after we have the event next year and see if people even care about fireworks? Because by then they'll found somewhere else they want to go to see them. So fireworks, I get a lot of complaints about fireworks, about people with PTSD and all these different things, and it does cause a problem. So,
Yeah, I did hear from a citizen that said, Mayor, I'm sorry, but Woodlawn Lake is not like the Leon Valley's fireworks. They really did appreciate our fireworks, but, that was what they were comparing it to. I'm like, well, okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm
So-
hearing hometown event. Okay, lots of head shaking.
Okay.
Just-
So
just
for
give it
the
a second-
record-
Let's give it a second shot.
Let's just do it that way, and we can always next year talk about, And I hate to, we just don't know what the future's going to be with our budget. That's the
Yeah,
other thing,
we don't.
So,
And
yes, Counselor March.
I would be in favor of doing the hometown for this fiscal year, and after that hometown, we can then look at whether we want to plan for a 5-year, or if at that point, a 4-year, plan for the fireworks only or whatever. I personally think that the big 180,000 is out of the picture for our future. I mean, I don't think our economy is going to get better. I don't think our city finances we're not going to get a windfall that we suddenly have money to have 180,000. I think that one's pretty much off the table at this point. But I think if we try one more year with the hometown and then make a decision about whether we want to try for a fireworks only.
Okay. Any disagreement with that? Okay, so you've got your direction then. Okay, thank you. Would you like a vote?
I mean, you gave direction to staff on the record, online, hometown event. I think we're okay.
I think, yeah, okay.
I'll just
Very
earmark
good.
it.
All right, thank you. All right, so you're going to stay there, Dr. Caldera, because you're also next. 6.3, presentation and discussion on an ordinance related to the fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget. We did have a first reading on June the 2nd, so would we be able to vote on this budget tonight, or?
No, so
wanna wait?
we're correct. So
Well, we still don't have some numbers, right?
No. We are all good.
I
I'm going to
thought
go
we
through
did.
the budget presentation for you. What happens next is you have to post your public hearing.
Okay, there you
So
go.
we got to do your public
Okay.
hearing, and
Just wanted to
so
be
that's
sure.
September the 1st, and then
Well-
your second read with all of your adoptions will be
Well,
the second
Before
reading.
you start, though, I know we gave you feedback at the last meeting that we really wanted to try to get the 2.5% COLA for
No,
this.
2%.
2% COLA for the, 2% COLA for our staff, and you made it work. And so thank you for that. I appreciate that.
You're
'Cause I was just hearing on the news about inflation and wages aren't keeping up and blah, 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 blah. So it is a big concern on all the rising costs. So
Yes.
every little bit helps. So thank you for that. Okay, anyone else before we start? All right, thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good
So
evening.
I am going to do like a speed through this budget. We have heard this budget. I counted earlier, so I could say it up to 11 times, and by the time we're all done, I think we'll be up to like 14 times. So we have seen this budget quite extensively over the course since April. So I am going to move fairly quickly through the budget. I am going to stop at the changes, though. So again, just to reiterate, you do have a property valuation loss of about $5 million. Your new exemptions, and the reason that this is happening is we do have a new exemption status that came out from House Bill 9. House Bill 9 allows residential homeowners to exempt up to $125,000 for their homestead exemption if they have a business that comes out of there, and that's the bottom ones, 14B all the way to 14.5F. This is new this year, so these are the property valuation exemptions that have contributed. But the biggest one this year is your EXEV is a $40 million exemption, which is contributing to the $66 million loss. And that is your Timber Hill Commons apartments. They are filing as, I'm assuming as a public housing, because that's the only way they'll get a full 100% exemption. Currently right now, the appraisal district and the owners of that apartment complex are in current litigation. Until the litigation is settled, they will fall under that set exemption. So if it carries out for 5 years, 3 years, whatever that is, that exemption will remain. So this amount of money will remain off of your books. And so that is a big hit to your budget this year. You can take a look at your property tax rate over the years. We are sitting at 0.54. The highest we've been is at 0.57 in 2014. Again, we are keeping the tax rate the same at 0.545040. Your general fund capital reserve is 5.9, emergency fund at 1.2, your future capital purchases are 275, and your projected fund balance is 7.5. That includes all of that. For your emergency fund, you're a little bit less than a month, but your overall operating is 5.7. So you're sitting at about 6 months, which is beautiful. Your budget is absolutely balanced at $0 to the good and $0 to the negative. So from our last conversation, the big conversation was increasing the staff COLA from 1.5 to 2%, which was what I was proposing at the last meeting. And so with that, if the employees choose the base plan, they wouldn't lose any money this year. If they chose the buyout plan, then they could possibly use that money, that this 2% to help cover that increased cost. In order to make that happen, we had to move some money around. And so in the original budget, I was looking at increasing your M&O rate. So we just kind of put that back to normal. I did decrease the fire department travel. We looked over the history over the last 3 years, and it doesn't look like they've been spending a lot of their money. And that has to do with turnover, availability. If somebody's out, you have to find people to cover shifts. And so we just haven't been utilizing that. So we did decrease their fire department travel. We decreased the EDC project funding line item by $1,500. We decreased the contractual services and public works by $6,498. We increased the salaries. We did have to increase the transfer over in personnel services because of the way employees are split. And then we decreased the repairs and maintenance external by $36,000. And essentially what we did was we were able to kind of contribute the contractual services in the public works department to your street maintenance and use those for supplies and like concrete, things like that. And we're able to move that over into your street fund to make up the fund. Now, the request from council was to look at salaries, and you can put salaries over in your street maintenance fund, and they have to be specific. I had two, not issues with it, but I'd like to have a little bit more data as to how many hours said employees are working towards streets. So I'd like to take a year to kind of figure that out. The other big thing for that is once you start moving salaries out of the general fund, it's very hard to move them back. And it's easier to move contractual like this in and out over salary dollar amount. So once, kind of like your water fund or your economic development fund or any of those funds, when it comes to salaries, they're almost always not a temporary move. And if you have we have some big street projects gearing up to come. And so if the council adopts that plan in the future, you're going to want every penny of that money to do those projects. And you're not going to want it eaten up by salaries necessarily. So I'm just a little bit more hesitant to move salaries over there, but you can do it. It may happen in the future, but because the amount you needed was attributed to supplies mainly, I could move the supplies over there, and I felt comfortable with that amount, because if I ever have to move that amount back into your general fund, it would be easier to be able to do that than a salary and benefits person, if that makes any sense.
Okay, yes, Counselor Campos.
Yeah, I saw that reallocation of the external repairs and maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
But I was looking at the city manager report that we get prior to the council meeting, and I was noticing that there were some items in here in particular that, address it looked like street maintenance.
Sure.
And, how do we account for those items that the staff does internally, which really support the street maintenance?
So that's what we're going to try to do this year, is have them do their work orders, so I get a better idea of what that looks like. So filling the potholes, doing the curb cut stuff. So I'll be honest with you, as far as like breaking up like how much concrete we're using for street maintenance and not for something else, or sand, or whatever it is that we're using for the street maintenance. It's not on our DOs, this is street maintenance. Like, we're not putting the description of what it's used for. So I really don't have data for that. We're in the process, since David came on in January, really getting the guys to put in all of their stuff into what's called Nova. And so we will have better, I'm hoping, if they get familiar with putting in all their work orders, what they're doing, then I will have a better understanding of what can actually be moved over into your street maintenance for next year. So for right now, to balance your budget, I met with David and Jesse, me and Carol did, and I asked approximately how much are you spending? Like, we pulled all the concrete invoices we've done. We've pulled over some of the equipment, some of the repairs on those equipments in the streets, some of the crack seal stuff that we do. So we have vendors. So we took that amount of what we've spent over the last 2 years, and we felt comfortable with the $36,000. But it was harder for me to say 5% of each salary should go over here, because the guys do a lot of construction. Like, they help the water department, so they help dig up the water lines. They also do that. Or when we have building maintenance stuff, some of them come and help the building maintenance side. But they do street stuff. I didn't have a frame of reference. And if, with the water fund, I've been doing it for so long, I can pull up enough information to say we've allocated these percentages this way. I just didn't for the streets.
Okay, yes, sir.
So I
Mr.
think that's
Campos.
a great plan. So for my colleagues in the city manager's report, it says staff will be working on curb and asphalt replacement on Hebner Road. Crew working on Hebner Road, 10 feet of curb removal and asphalt repairs. And then I saw another one here, new asphalt will be applied this month, and that's what, but I agree with your plan. I think it's sound, and I applaud you for that.
You're a data person.
I am, so
yeah.
your budget is data driven.
Yeah.
When I came on, I don't know, y'all kind of just shot an arrow at some numbers sometimes, I thought, because I couldn't figure out. I like to backtrack my way into numbers. So everything we do here, for the most part, is data driven when it comes to dollars. So, and we look at trends, and we try to do our best to make sure that we're being fiscally responsible on how we're allocating these funds and how we're spending them.
Okay, very good. I don't know if this is the right time, but I was reading about the San Antonio
Can you
budget,
put the budget
which is
back
a really real challenge, but they talked about increments. Is that
So
something
tax
that
increment
we,
financing,
yeah.
so your tax increment, so you can do that, but I
But
mean,
it-
that's in the property tax side.
Okay. all
So,
right,
I mean, if
I
you want to
just-
get into property tax, I mean, you can
Yeah.
have an offline conversation, or we're
okay,
gonna.
we'll talk about that because I thought that they were, anyway.
So they do their
count.
their property tax increase with increments all the way up. You have increments all the way up to your voter approval rate.
3.5%
And
is what they
so,
said, yeah.
But we're keeping the same tax rate, so
Okay,
it's not
so
a
we don't have to do
conversation
that,
today.
but-
Mhm. If we were looking for more funds and we were talking about
Okay.
a tax increase, I could bring you all of the options for that, but we're
Okay,
not
so-
discussing
All
that right now.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome. So I put this in just in case y'all wanted to know how the splits changed in the enterprise fund from FY
Was
'26
there any changes from the last?
No, ma'am.
to
That's
this
why
one?
I'm just
Okay, that's
kinda
all I
washing
wanted
it.
to know.
Yep.
Okay. it's
And
the
then from
same.
here on out, there's not any changes until you get to your debt service fund.
Okay,
So I'm gonna go really fast from here on out.
okay.
So these are just the percentage allocations. We are moving over your people as suggested in your EDCD fund and into your general fund. We moved your 2 red light camera people out of the red light camera fund per council's suggestion. And then we moved 1 patrol officer over into your EDCD fund as a community resources officer. We do have a part-time position that went from full-time to part-time as a split position, and she will be on part-time, and she will work 8 hours on a Thursday to cover planning and zoning and the other hours in the fire department.
Okay.
I know the fire department they've been asking for a full-time person, so now I've taken them down to like a quarter person. So just so you know, for future reference, that may come up at some point. You are, again, sitting at your operating revenues at 15 million with the same tax rate. Oops. Your projected operating revenue for next year, as you can see, we're projecting that your ad valorem tax will decrease as comparison to last year. Slight decrease in your grants, and then your other will go down a little bit. Everything else is scaled to go up slightly. This is just a breakdown of your general fund revenue categories, and the majority of your revenue comes from ad valorem tax and sales tax. Again, your operating expenditures are 15.6, and your capital expenditures are 3.4. Your general fund expenditures are majority personnel. And then by department, it's fire, police, then public works. And then this is your general fund summary. As you can see, you are completely balanced. Your total resources are 17 million, but then you remove your hike and bike trail and your tree mitigation funds. That leaves you at 15.6. Your operating expenditures are sitting at 15.60. And if you want to know how you get to that, you add up your personnel, supplies, and contractual. You do not add in your capital. Your capital comes from your general fund reserve.
Yes, excuse me.
yes.
Counselor Campos.
Is there a time where we have some dialogue on revenue enhancements? Again, the city of San Antonio's budget, you're hearing it.
Sure.
It's in the paper. And one of the things that.
Would you explain what you're saying?
So,
Yeah,
for
what
example,
is
going
that?
up on
Or an
some
example.
fees.
Mhm, okay.
Yes.
And so, like, the library the San Antonio Library is now going to charge $20 for non-resident library cards, I believe. I don't know how much we charge, if we charge anything. So
We do.
are we looking at things like
Yes.
that?
So,
Executive?
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yes, absolutely, we absolutely are. We're getting ready to we try to do our fee index every couple of years, and so that is on all the directors' list to go over the fee index. They have a deadline, I think, of next month. So by this time next year, you'll start seeing some ordinances coming back for some of the, we call it Appendix A fee schedule, and so we will be taking a look at doing that. We'll also probably be taking a look at the community and conference center rental fees, just to make sure we're in line with everybody else. But yes, so all of our fees will be looked at, all of your, anything we charge for, we try not to make money on items, if that makes sense. But anything we charge for, we need to make sure we're charging appropriate staff time in order to accomplish that. But yes, the library's looking at bringing back some non-resident, increased fees for y'all.
There, yes, Counselor Bolton.
What about for the businesses that are not compliant with our codes? Maybe raising the fees that they have to pay, because there are a lot of them that their signs aren't being taken care of. They're not taking care of their grass. And we're trying to attract people to Leon Valley, and driving down Bandera Road does not make you want to put a business here if it's not taken care of.
Yeah, so those are citations. So we do charge citations. Some will come in and pay the citation. Some will wait for them to rack up and then they send a check.
I'm just talking about raising the fee.
Yeah, there's no fee to raise
Oh, there's
because
not?
they're
It's-
code
it's by the
violations.
judge.
Okay.
So like you're,
Up to the
for-
judge.
correct, so like it's so like high grass, right? Like it's up to, I think, $500 is the max you can go. So if they're a repeat offender, the judge may eventually charge the 500, but most of the time he wants compliant. So as long as they cut their grass, then he normally dismisses the ticket, or maybe slaps their hand with a $20 fee with the court administration fees. So it just depends, but I can't say, oh, we're now charging $300 because they don't cut their grass or what have you. It's those are set by your code ordinances, and once a citation is issued, then the judge determines what that final impact will be.
Okay, all right, that's a good question. Okay, anyone else? All righty, thank you.
Can you get the PowerPoint back up? Thank you. So that is your general fund summary. And then, I'm
I
sorry.
had let's see, do we have a list of our franchise, all of our, that we get for franchise fees? Let's see, that's not here.
So these are all your licensings and fees.
I had a question on that.
And then here are all your others that are listed on the slide as other. Let me see. We do have your franchise fees.
Yeah,
in
I know
here.
we
Hold
do.
on.
CPS Energy, I'm worried about that one because it's 785,000 in,
Yeah, but that's not happening in this budget year.
no, it's not, but for the next year it might, if the legislature decides to go competitive. And
Right,
so
but
how do we?
You worry about
I know, I
stuff
worry
that
about-
almost never happens.
Well, I think we ought to be aware of it,
And
you
so
know?
we're aware
It's
of
in
it,
there.
but there's absolutely nothing we can do. So if the state legislature comes back and says, and you know, when it comes down to
But-
it being an actual discussion,
Okay,
then
I
of
just wanna-
course you go up and you talk to your, you politic. I don't politic, but you go politic to the people that you need to politic to. We write letters, we express our concern, and we won't be the only city, right, that will have the same concern. So there'll be a lot of people fighting that legislation. Then if the state decides we're still going to push forward with that legislation, we don't get a say. Like, it's not something we get to say nay to. And so if
Yeah.
that happens, then we deal with it, right? We mitigate your budget. That may include a property tax rate increase. That may include cutting staff. That may include not doing certain projects in order to mitigate that cost. But to have the conversation now is premature.
well, I just wanted to bring that to our attention. That's something that will impact maybe next year's budget, but there's 77 cities that have their own utility there in the state of Texas. I
There it
thought
is.
that- Yeah.
I'm sorry, they're the list of franchise fees. City public service
Yeah,
is your
785. I
75.
just thought, whoa.
Node
we-
pole rental, right-of-way fees, sanitation, your PEG fees, your cable franchise fees, and your
Yeah.
Great Forest utilities.
Anyway,
And so, but yes, I mean, But again, we do the best
I
we
know
can
there's
with
nothing
what
we
we
can do
can.
about it for next year. It probably won't impact, but I'm at the year after.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't even be the year after, because legislation wouldn't take into effect until next year, so they wouldn't go into effect till the following year.
Okay.
So it'd be like
September 1st usually.
2029.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So again, so we're gonna break down your general fund. Your first department up is your municipal court. And then all of those supplies, as you know, oh my God, I don't know what's going on over here. All of your supplies, contractual, professional services, all of that, we break it down in great detail from postage to janitorial supplies. So I'm going to skim through the rest of the general fund budget because you've seen all of that, but I wanted the audience and the people at home to know that in these general fund summaries, when you're looking at office supplies, operating supplies, or professional services, we do go in great detail to what we're actually spending those professional services and your contractual services on. Next is your finance department, followed by your city manager and council department, your information technology, your IT. We don't have any personnel. We contract out for that. You have police. Your police capital, we're looking at purchasing one piece of gym equipment, as well as doing plans for the property room, your impound lot detail, your fire department detail. We're looking at purchasing your motorized EMS stretcher, high pressure numeric rescue airbags, handheld thermal imaging cameras, Extron AV replacement in the fire department training room, the other half of your ambulance, and replace one of the support trucks, and then your auto posts. Your public works department, your public works detailed breakdown. We are looking at replacing one Ford F-150 infrastructure maintenance vehicle and another Ford F-150 operational daily maintenance crew truck, the plans for the public work building, and then cleaning the city hall AC. Your planning and zoning department, the planning and zoning detail, your economic development department, your economic development detail. We still have some obligations under some agreements that include your Royal Tile business incentive agreement, your Little Caesars. This is the other portion of your building plan engineering. And then we're looking at moving finally to the cloud with our Tyler Technologies, which is going to be a requirement over the next year or so. Your code enforcement detail, your animal control truck, we moved up from last fiscal year's, our next fiscal year's capital was for just scale to this capital year because it is dead. Your special events that were planned for next year, your Parks and Rec detail. We still have phase 2, which if you've been back there, they've already started pouring. They're moving and grooving. We should be done with that project hopefully by January. And then the last remaining invoice for your Veterans Memorial Monument, your H&B sprinkler system, your right-of-way tree removal. This is all the trees in your actual right-of-way that are dead. City passed an ordinance a few years, 2 years ago, I think by now, that requires all dead trees to be removed. And so we have to do our part and remove our dead trees. So we've got 90,000 geared up for that. And then we have an additional 90,000 just to clear out the dead trees in the natural area. Your library general fund, your library detail. We do have 110,000 to replace the children's wing flooring in the library. If you've been back there, it looks gross. Your enterprise fund, this is your water fund. Your operating revenues are sitting at 5.5 with your operating expenses sitting at 4.8. Your transfers out are 104. Your transfers out for debt service is 104. Your transfer out for personnel is 1.5, and your capital is sitting at 1.1. This is just an explanation of your impact fees, what your impact fees can be used for. We've seen those slides over the last couple of meetings. Your operating revenue, the majority comes from your sewer cell, followed by your water cells. Your expenses are sitting higher in your contractual, followed by your capital. Your enterprise fund, sewer, water, and stormwater breakdown for expenses. This is the overall summary. If you take a look at your water and sewer combined, you'll have an ending fund balance of 2.2. Your stormwater will be sitting at 76,000. It's important to note that your stormwater can only be used for very specific things, like cleaning the drainage digs, flood-related control projects. It's to keep your stormwater moving. Your water department, on your water side broken down, water department detail. Your water capital, you have 140,000 to purchase additional water rights if we so choose, 150,000 scheduled for replacing water mains. And it's important to note that council reduced the 150 in anticipation to hopefully getting some grant funds next year from the Texas Development Water Board. We normally program about $500,000 for water main replacements. So this is really just to help with repairs. We're not looking at actual replacements. The 150 is really for the maintenance on these lines if something were to break. Same thing with your sewer. Your stormwater. The big one is the erosion project at the natural area site. Red light camera. You're sitting pretty good in your red light camera with an ending fund balance of 500,000. Your personnel, again, we had started off with 8 in your red light camera. We've moved 2 out. Your contract for this ends in 2037. This is the detail. Here's your traffic safety. This is where we pull the personnel out. This is the breakdown. We are looking at purchasing 1 patrol vehicle out of here. Crime control, your revenue is sitting at 446,000 with an expenditure of 440. Ending fund balance of 673. Your crime control expenditures is at 580. This is the detail. We're looking at purchasing 1 detective vehicle and year 2 of your FLOT camera program. The chief will be giving a presentation on that on September the 1st. And then this is the other portion of your property room plans. Your community center revenue is at 100,000. Expenditures are at 100,000. This is a summary of your community center as well as the detail. We are looking at renovating the restrooms in the conference center at 160,000. Here is your street maintenance fund. You will now see street maintenance, external repairs and maintenance of 36 sitting over here, which is different from the last meeting we had, which was moving those funds over here. Your special revenue funds, you have your LEOS fund, your court building, your child fund, your court technology fund, your debt service, and your police forfeiture. This is the legal requirements that we can what we can use your LEOS funds on. We end up closing out with 0 fund balance. We do use our training funds for the police department. Your court building security. Here's the summary. Here's the expenditures. Your child safety fund. Your child safety fund revenues and expenditures. Here's the detail. This is what you can use your municipal court technology fund on, and we've gone over that. This is the court technology fund. This is the expenditures. This is the debt service fund. You have, in 2021, you have your refunding bond at 3.5 million, and then your CFOs at 1.5. As you can see, your property tax rate remained the same, but we are taking 35,000 to offset your maintenance. I'm sorry, your interest and sinking fund from the reserve fund. So here is your debt service fund. Your ending fund balance is sitting at 575,000. This fund can only be used to service debt, so it can only be used for future bond or your current debt. Your police forfeiture fund, this is what you can use your police forfeiture fund dollars on. Your forfeiture fund is broken down of a summary. Here are your detail. Just so you know, this budget includes the 2% COLA as well as the step increases, your longevity pay, and it's given in November. Your benefit program is showing at no increase as comparison to last year, and it will cover the medical, dental, and life as Lisa explained earlier. Your retirement was funded at 19.49%. I know this is really hard to see, but this is your splits of all of your personnel in all of your departments. And we will be closed from December 24th through January 4th for what we call our winter holiday. our next step is to come back for the budget public hearing and formal adoption on September the 1st, and then you will have your tax rate public hearing and formal adoption on September 15th.
Will that be on September 1st will be our public hearing and we'll vote?
Yes, you can
On
do
that
it that
one.
way if you
Okay.
want. If not,
Or
you
we
can
can
wait
wait
till
until
the
the
15th if you
Okay.
want to.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Yes, Counselor Campos.
Dr. Caldera, thank you for the
Mm-hmm.
budget. For those members of the audience, we went very fast, but how many times has this been presented to the council and the public?
So I counted earlier, it was 11, 12 if you include tonight, and then we've got 2 more, so.
And so that's why we went so fast, but we have gone through this extensively. Dr. Caldera and her staff are not pulling things out of the air. And you can see some of them were not all round dollars. They were with $6, whatever, because they went through it very thoroughly and scrubbed this budget. And I really appreciate the job that you and your staff have done, Carol, for your time. It's, you know, the other thing that impacts us, you know, where costs go up, you know, we're going into the legislative session this year, and hopefully there's not too many more unfunded mandates that are going to be put on the city, or that we have more exemptions that's going to take away from our revenue. I mean, this is what's somewhat putting the squeeze on us, as well as this $40 million low housing project that the appraisal district, right, is in litigation with.
Right.
So hopefully we can get that back on the rolls. So there's a lot of things that have gone into this, and I thank you for your consideration, and my colleagues' consideration, all the items that we've been discussing over these very many presentations on our budget.
Yeah, I think everybody will agree with that on the council. Yes, Counselor
Thank you, Mayor.
Alaska.
Just 2 questions, Dr. C. Great job. Best one I've seen in 6 years that I've been here with you. TML is hosting in San Antonio, and you allow some of your staff to go. Do we have the monies to send the staff to it?
Yeah, so because it's in-house, we're not paying for travel. I don't pay for mileage just to go to
Right.
TML because it's in, and we don't pay for hotels. So all they'll be paying for is a registration. And then some of them can only go some days, so they paid for just the day that they're going for their item. I go for the whole thing. I like to see what's up and coming, like especially AI is going to be a hot topic, I think, this TML session. But you'll see the majority of my staff in and out. Some are only going for a day, but they only paid for that day, so they could go for their topic.
Okay, so
on
we do have the
agenda.
money
But
then.
yes.
Yeah, it's very beneficial. For instance, David would learn
Yes.
great
Well,
things for public.
yes, but then he comes back and wants, I
Of
don't know,
course he
AI
wants-
robots
he
to mow
wants
the
a brand new
creek or something.
tractor. And also, my second question, when you fix the streets on Grissom, when you fix the potholes,
Mhm.
and I know it belongs to TxDOT,
Mhm.
do we get reimbursed for that?
So we did a temporary patch just to not have y'all tires break. We can just leave the hole. In the past, like, especially on Bandera, normally enough residents or enough people traveling along Bandera will blow up TxDOT so much, including us, to get it fixed, that they're pretty expeditious. I think with all the heavy rain, they've just been kind of behind. And yes, it prolongs them coming when we do the patch job, because they're like, okay, that's kind of done. We'll get to it when we get to it. But it was pretty bad. I mean, I took a look at the pothole that day. A resident called me. And so I was more worried about an accident, somebody getting in a blowout.
Of
I would
course.
love to think people follow the speed limit on Grissom, but because it is technically a highway, they go pretty quickly. They go fast on Grissom. I was worried that they were gonna.
Okay, so we just
Catch a
don't get
pothole.
reimbursed for it? even though-
We're doing it just to prevent an incident.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a temporary fix. After the third rain, it was already kind of breaking up again. I think they went and kind of patched it one more time. But David does a pretty good job of putting in the request in the report and sending pictures, and so.
Okay, well, if I can echo Mr. Campos' statement, thank you and your staff very much.
All right. I think on behalf of the rest of the women on the council, we'll say thank you too.
Yes.
All right,
Well,
because
thank
we
you.
all are appreciative of your
Carol
efforts.
does all the
Yeah,
hard work.
so-
I get to just tell her, hey, this is what I want, and change this slide, and she's the one that does that. So the
Okay.
All
Very good.
accommodations go to her.
All right. Yeah, it was great that we got through it with
Okay.
the deficit, and we were able to come through with meeting all the needs of the citizens and the city. So, okay, on announcements at agenda item number 7, and that's at 10 minutes after 8. I was just going to report that on Friday I attended the 4th annual Breakfast with the Mayors, sponsored by the Metro SA Chambers. They keep changing their names, but anyway, and 24 mayors in the area showed up, and we were there for 2 hours. And they gave you a question, and my question was on Bandera Road and what we're doing to accommodate the businesses and also aesthetics along Bandera Road. So I was able to report on that. But what I thought was interesting was that the mayor of Helotes, he got up there, and I don't see him very often, but he got up there and just touted their budget. He said, "We've got money, we're not in debt." And I'm like, what? I mean, it was just unbelievable. So I was going to ask you to look into their budget. What? And
I'm not going to comment on somebody else's.
I couldn't believe it. I know that they have a 0.5 cent sales tax for economic development, but then you heard from another mayor from another city that said, it's so restrictive, we can't spend all of our money. And so it was very interesting to hear all of the different scenarios across the county.
They have a Walmart too now.
Well, they do. So, but
I'll
he was
take
just
a
saying,
Walmart.
he just said they just have so much money they don't know what to, and everything is cash. They're not in any debt, and I was like, whoa.
Well, that's where I'm
believe it.
trying to get you to
So-
do the property room in cash, and so you don't go in more debt, and you can just pay off
So,
your debt.
Anyway,
so.
but it was very interesting, and we did get an update from TxDOT, and that was in your manager's report. But this is for the citizens. We're now at the phase on Bandera Road where TxDOT is acquiring right-of-way, and that's kind of the last element of getting a project shovel-ready, and they want to get all of that done so that then when we're shovel-ready and we've got all of the right-of-ways purchased, then we'll be in line for funding. And I talked to the district engineer on Friday because we had a executive session on the at the AAMPO, the Metropolitan Planning Organization, and he said, you know, Mayor, if you shovel ready, you might be up there. And so, again, they're saying 5 more years, but we'll see. I think maybe if we can get that done, it might be quicker. And of course, you know, and then I'm thinking, Prop 1, you know, there's Prop 1 and Prop 7 that funds infrastructure, transportation projects in the state. And with the increase in gas, why aren't we getting more money? And so they were explaining to me that you have it goes to other functions other than just the transportation. But anyway, I'm hoping that that'll be a resource that'll add more money to the coffers of TxDOT. We shall see. But anyway, so it was a very good meeting, and I appreciated that. Tomorrow, Councilor Heil and I are going to be going to the State of the Homeless, the annual State of the Homeless, sponsored by Close to Home. This is the group that organizes the January outreach to count how many people are on the streets during January. And this past January, we couldn't do it because of the bad weather. So it'll be interesting to see what we learn from that. And then last but not least, the comprehensive planning. I want to thank all of the residents who've already shown up for the first 2 meetings, and our Dura team, and then also our planning and zoning director, and of course the city manager, and I think Crystal Miranda, you've been there, and Sarah's been there. So it's a team approach, but I think we're really getting some good information, some good feedback from our citizens. And we have 2 more Thursdays, this coming Thursday and the last Thursday in August at the conference center. And somebody said, I can come if I haven't been to one, even though it's quadrant oriented, right? So yeah, if you haven't been, you can come. It doesn't matter where you live, except for in the city of San Antonio, of course. Leon Valley, of course. But anyway, thanks to all of the citizens and the staff for their input. And I like it because hors d'oeuvre makes you get specific. What is it that you that you want to improve quality of life? I mean, they really want you to drill down and be more specific on how you can change our city. So I think it's going to be an interesting process. So thank y'all for attending, and we hope to see people this coming Thursday and the last Thursday of August. So that's it. Anybody else? Yes, Council Heil.
I like to go back and read all the responses that people put, like at the breakfast with the mayor or the comprehensive. And one that was really interesting is they suggested that the mayor and the city council not be paid so much.
Yeah.
And
we are making a
I'm-
killing.
people are not aware, we're not paid, we are volunteers.
Mm-hmm.
And we do this because we care about the city. So, but it was interesting to read that our neighbors think we're being overpaid. And the other thing, I want to thank the Public Works guys. The grass looks great. I couldn't do it, so thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and thank you for the natural area mowing. It looks much, much better, so thank y'all for that. Yes, Councilor Campos.
Mayor, we're having triple-digit temperatures now. And I just want to thank all of our first responders, the police, the fire, EMS, and the public works staff for going out there and working outside every day. So a shout out to them. You know, I always try to promote the library. We have 8 programs still remaining for the remainder of the month. It's online on their website, so look at that. Just to give you an idea, our staff continually looks for grant opportunities. The library about a month ago was awarded a sizable sum of money, but they're still going after more, and I want to just commend you for doing that. We also have the fire department. They're spraying down. I'm reading here, Chief, did you spray down the Marshall Band? And, it's a yearly tradition, so thank you for you and your staff. If anybody needs any help with their smoke alarms, changing of batteries, please contact the fire department. And the fire department is always, and the police department are always looking for opportunities to help our community. Right now, we've got an ongoing drive of school supplies that goes on until September 1st. So there's so many things that we can compliment the staff on. Open records, if you look at the number of open records we've gotten, oh my goodness, Sandra's been very busy. And so I commend everybody who works here at Leon Valley for a job that they continue to do very well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campos. Anyone else? Okay, well then we'll move on then to the city manager's report. Dr. Caldera.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The city manager's report is online outside, and it was emailed to y'all earlier this afternoon. I don't really have much to add other than I've sent y'all 2 emails, one on Hodges. Y'all got that, I'm gonna call it quote-unquote petition. It's not deemed an actual petition, so if it's something that y'all would like to hear in the future, I would need 2 council members or the mayor to add it to an agenda for future discussion. And the other is I sent y'all one on the appeal for the BYOB. If y'all would like to hear that, it would need to be put on by 2 of you and for future discussion. So if that's something y'all want to consider. But those are the last 2 items that I have pending.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Yes, Council Heil.
Since we have such a problem getting people out to vote, could we put the last day to register to vote on the library? Is that allowed?
Yes, so Sarah's working on getting some signs and stuff, some quotes for some signs, and then my plan is to bring back like a program to y'all, like a pseudo program, but I'm gonna have Ms. Wopel work on that, bringing a presentation either on the 1st of September back to y'all, hopefully, just a brief presentation on how much the signs are gonna cost, and some little things that we would like to do. Like even for the 75th, I like the idea of changing up the e-news and the lounge, or minimal cost items, but putting together some stuff like that for y'all.
So it would be allowed to put it on the marquee in front of the library?
Yes.
That may help too as people drive down the street.
Absolutely. Yep.
So,
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. All right, anyone else? All right, then we move to the consent agenda, 9.1 through 9.7. Is there any counselor that would like to remove any of those consent agenda items for discussion? And yes, Counselor Heil.
could we take a look at number 7? on the city manager evaluation form.
Okay,
I would just like to see the person that's doing the evaluation, if we could sign it and date it at the end.
at the end?
Yes.
Okay, I
to-
know, I went to that, but it's at the top, right?
Yeah, so it's at the top, but I
Yeah.
just said I would change it. I mean, I would add the signature line for y'all. Like, y'all don't
Okay.
need to pull that to vote on it. I would just add a
Okay,
signature line.
okay, that's fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
so with that amendment then, yes, Counselor,
Mayor, I'd like
Campos.
to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the modification that we just spoke of, adding a signature line on the city manager's evaluation form.
okay? Yes,
I'll second the
all
motion.
right. We have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Mersch to approve the consent agenda 9.1 through 9.7 with the amendment that we just discussed to add the signature line for, on number 7. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then we moved back then to the regular agenda. We've already taken 10.1, so we'll go to 10.2, which is about the permitted use table. This is a first read, so we will not have a vote tonight, and we can decide if we want to put it in the consent agenda for the September 1st meeting. Let me read that agenda item, please. 10.2, presentation and discussion on amending ordinance chapter 15 zoning, article 15.02 zoning ordinance division 7 permitted use table to update the changes approved by city council, amending division 7 permitted use table section 15.02.381 to delete the uses bar and stationary sales, adding mixed use to residential use, adding college and higher education to university use. And we have Michael Gallardo, our Planning and Zoning Director, to present this item. Thank you and welcome back. Oh,
Mayor, just briefly.
oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to give a little bit of context. Y'all had
Sure.
a special workshop on this.
Oh,
Y'all
yeah.
made all the changes. We don't need to
Mhm.
hit every single change. We've incorporated those changes
Mm-hmm.
in here. We were waiting for the attorney's review, so that's
Mhm.
why it's coming back now.
Mhm.
As the first read, the attorneys reviewed it and sees no change. And so I just kind of want to make, so Michael doesn't have to go through each individual change with y'all.
No, when did we meet on this? Was a special?
Yes,
Was it in,
It's in the slide.
oh, it's in the slide,
yeah.
okay. Okay.
But I just wanted to give y'all
remembered
context. 'cause
that
I
we'd
didn't want y'all
already
to go
talked
through
about it and the whole nine
each item.
yards. So
Yes.
Thank you, all right. Thank
Okay.
you. If you'll continue, please.
All right,
Thank
should
you.
city council approve the amendments to chapter 15 zoning, division 7, permitted use table? Your options are to approve, deny, or other. So these amendments are gonna align with zoning regulations with the city's comprehensive plan. So, a little bit of history on that. Oops. gotta go
I kept
fast.
doing that too.
June,
On the
that's right.
28th
June
of
10th. Mhm.
April, the Planning and Zoning Commission provided recommendations to City Council.
Mhm.
That's when we had our joint meeting. And then City Council took those recommendations in June and decided to provide us with the updates and changes. So this brings us to where we're at now. So City Council, what we're gonna do is basically amend to delete bar and stationary sales as uses. We're gonna amend to add the term mixed use to residential use. So with residential use, there was like loft, townhomes, and then we decided to add, it was like work, live, and then we decided to add the mixed use verbiage to that. We also amended the university use to add the terms college and higher education. So this is what the table looks like. So just for clarity, so what I did is basically when, I don't know if you guys recall, but your O1, you decided to divert back to what it was originally because the recommendation for planning and zoning was to make a SGP out of that. So we diverted back to that. So by doing that, anything that basically wasn't gonna have a change, I deleted out of this. So the only thing you're gonna see are recommendations that you guys made that is an actual change. So if it went back to its original uses, then I deleted that for the sake of time.
All right.
Okay, so you'll see in this first slide that we deleted bar. Anything is red is what you guys decided to recommend or update. There's childcare facility, I'm just gonna hit on the ones where we deleted, like, for example, here, we did add, like I said earlier, we added mixed use to residential. We deleted stationary sales. We also added college and higher education to the university use. So there's no fiscal impact. So again, staff recommends approval of the amendments to Chapter 15, zoning Division 7 permitted use table. I know it went kind of fast there. Did you want me to go back and did you need to review any of those slides?
I don't think so. I think we spent a whole evening going through it, you
So you
know?
guys-
So we
you
did our
remember that in
homework.
detail.
And again, we did it, we also had that joint meeting with
Yeah.
the zoning commission, which was very, very beneficial. So
Okay.
thank you for that. And if there's no further questions,
Can I
Yes,
ask a
Counselor-
question?
Oh, yes,
Um,
Counselor Marsh.
Since we're now revising the comprehensive master plan, does that mean that the zoning permitted uses may change again, or?
No, not typically. So most of the master plan stuff, unless there's something very specific, then I may bring back a change to you. But what you'll see is because your city has been completely developed and you're landlocked, you're not going to see your business district is your business district. It's not going to change very much. But you may see like additional aesthetic components included as recommendations as part of your comprehensive master plan. And that would live inside the code itself, not in your use table.
Okay, thank you.
So I did have a question for mayor and council.
Yes.
So I guess we're tasked next with another section of the permitted use table. Any idea of when you guys would like to meet for that?
It's the other half.
Oh, it's the other half. Well, let's get rid of it. Let's finish the budget first, maybe. I don't know. What do y'all think? And then maybe do it in the fall. Is there a
Yeah.
deadline that we need to?
No.
meet?
I mean, well, so here's the thing. We went through the permitted use table with the zoning commission. So we only brought y'all the the permitted use table where they saw changes. You don't, so they didn't have recommendations on the other half. If you're
So
good
you
with
want-
just leaving that alone, like you take the recommendation that no other changes need to be made to the permitted use table, then you don't even have to hear it. But if you want to see the other half and go through the other half, they didn't touch that piece. So it's up to y'all. If you want to wait till after the budget to do that, then that's fine.
Well, I'm just.
If
I mean,
you
you
don't
can-
want to see it, we don't have to see it. The zoning commission already made the recommendation on it that they didn't need, that it didn't need to be
Yeah,
touched.
I can't remember what it looked like, so,
I'd,
you know.
I'd like to see it. I
too.
don't,
would
I'm
too.
not in favor of accepting the zoning commission's recommendation that there's no changes needed. So I would like to see it, but I think we can wait until after the budget. But it probably is gonna take another special meeting
Mhm.
just to
Right.
go through it.
That's what I would say. I
Okay.
agree with that. Anyone else have something different?
Okay. So we'll be looking
Okay.
sometime like around Thanksgiving timeframe.
Yeah, or,
we'll-
maybe early November. Okay, all righty, very good. Yes, Counselor Campos.
Mayor, I'd like to make suggestions to my colleague that we put this on the consent agenda.
Oh,
for-
thank you. That was my next question, so. Everyone in consensus for that. Okay. And Mr. Gallardo, you're up for the next two, so thank you so much. And we'll continue with 10.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on amending an ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, Chapter 4, Business Regulations of the Code of Ordinances, amending Section 4.03.047, permit approval for BYOB, bring your own booze, first read as requested, right? Oh, it's bottle. Is it BYO, bring your own bottle?
Bring your
Well,
own
it's,
It's the same.
well, it's usually booze, right?
I
I mean, isn't it
You
alcohol?
made my day. You
Oh,
made my
excuse
day.
me, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Anyway, again, this is the first read. We don't vote, but we decide to put it on the consent agenda. So, Mr. Gallardo, if you'll continue, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, so should city council approve the amendments to chapter 4, business regulations? Options are to approve, deny, and other. So all the amendments that, we're gonna do here follow state law, but more specifically, they're consistent with the ordinance of Leon Valley. So the update, it's basically just to kind of clean up, the last time we presented regarding the BYOB, it was kind of like a gray area to me. So this is more going to be providing, it's more black and white. It's going to provide clarity, right? So we're looking at updating Chapter 4 Business Regulations to amend Section 4.03.047E1, permit approval to limit BYOB permits to no more than four permits, right? So basically, if you look at Section 4.03.047, that's the section where we approve, your permit approval. So the first thing it says that, hey, City Council is gonna issue the permit for only 90 days. And then the second part says after 90 days that the applicant can renew. And then the third part used to say an establishment may not be granted more than 4 consecutive permits. So to me, that was a gray area. This is more clear cut. Basically says you're allowed 4 permits and you're done.
That's done, okay.
Yep.
Right. Okay, I think it
Yeah, and I think that was
clarifies
the
it. Yes, go
original
ahead.
intent of the council. The council at the time when we originally wrote the ordinance was no more than 4. The term consecutive, I don't know where it came
Be-
from.
Is it that, then after the 4 permits, then you go to the TBA?
You would, if you choose to, you would go to TABC. and have to
TABC, there
get
we
one.
go.
Yep.
That's
And if
acronym,
that's no
yeah.
longer the council's intent, like if you want them to, after a year, come back for a renewal, then you can certainly change that. But the original intent of the BYOB was to just give people a bridge in order for them to actually get
Right,
their
I think
license.
so,
And
yeah,
and
that's
there's
it.
exceptions, so like restaurants and stuff, as far as state law is concerned, they're allowed to have BYOB, and so those exceptions already live there. It's the odd businesses that wanna allow BYOB, that's what this permit is for.
Right.
So if you want to allow them to continue, because the last time I said nope, it's 4 and that's it, because that was the original intent. But I see where Michael was coming from when it said no more than 4 consecutive. It gives the illusion that somebody could take a break and come back for 4 more.
Right, that's what I thought.
And so he's taking out the word consecutive to make it very clear that's no more than 4.
I agree. Anyone else? Okay, so move to put it on the consent agenda for the next meeting, September 1st. Okay, very good, thank you. And now we move to 10.4, presentation, discussion, and possible action to consider amending Chapter 3 Building Regulations, Article 3.02 Technical and Construction Codes and Standards, Division 1, Subdivision 3.02.001, Vacant Building Registration Program, amending Section 3.020.014, Property Inspections, subsection A, subsection 3, adding a requirement for perimeter fencing to secure vacant commercial property, amending Section 3.02.002, definitions by adding a definition for permitted, I don't know why I'm having problems, perimeter, excuse me, hello, fencing, and this is our first read. Again, no vote tonight, but we can put it on the consent agenda for the September 1st meeting. Now, Dr. Caldera, was this something we discussed at the retreat?
This was the
That's-
last remaining
okay,
item, other
that's what I
than,
was-
next meeting, Art will give y'all like kind of a breakdown of the assembly use. Those are the last 2, is the vacant
Okay,
building,
very
or
good.
vacant lots and, assembly type use kind of
Okay.
presentation on what you can and can't do with that.
Mhm.
For this one, though, Art does raise a couple of questions, which Michael
Okay.
will go over. I did give
Okay.
you the red line item. There's no rush. This is a item, so if you still want to have another discussion at the next meeting to kind of go over those, we can certainly do that. But the red lines are in front of you, so it's a little different than what was in your packet, because these have the attorneys' red lines. I sent them by email this afternoon. So again, this is an item that we can bring back for a second or third read, so we can have continued discussion if you so wish. But Mike will go over those questions posed by the attorney to see what you want in order to clean that
Okay,
agenda up,
very
or
good,
clean
thank
up
you.
that item. Sorry.
All righty, so, thank you, Mr.
right.
Gallardo, and
So
if you'll
the-
please continue,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
So should City Council approve the amendments to Chapter 3 to require perimeter fencing of vacant buildings? Your option is to approve, deny, or other. And this is gonna be at council's discretion. So in January of 2023, the city amended Chapter 3, enacted the vacant building registration program. The vacant building registration program requires that building owners provide, actually register with the city, provide proof of insurance, and submit a plan of action to keep the building secure. So however, we've noticed that despite these safeguards, vacant commercial properties still present a significant risk. At the city council manager retreat, the council requested that this item be brought for consideration. So the purpose of this item is to amend Chapter 3, Article 3.02, Division 1 of the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances relating to vacant commercial property and vacant buildings. And basically, the proposed amendment would expand the city's existing vacant building registration program to address vacant commercial property and establish requirements for securing such property with perimeter fencing.
There we go.
So what are we saying? So the first thing we'd like to do is add two definitions, the definition of perimeter fence, and that's a continuous secure barrier not less than 6 feet in height, constructed of a chain link fence of wrought iron or another durable fencing material approved by the director. Next, we'd like to add a definition for vacant commercial property. Vacant commercial property means any lot, tract, parcel, or portion thereof located within a commercial or industrial zoning district or lawfully used for a commercial, industrial, or business purpose that contains no occupied building or active lawful business use for a continuous period of 90 days. So the property should not, so this is where the property could be exempt from this, right? So the property should not be considered vacant commercial property when the property is actively under construction or development pursuant to a valid city-issued permit and work is progressing in accordance with such permit. So basically, they put a permit and they're actually working on the building. The property is being actively used for an authorized temporary use approved by the city. So this might be where you have the continuous specific use permit. Let's say, for example, the property that the Christmas trees are sold from. The property is owned or controlled by the city of Leon Valley or another government entity. So this is one of the revisions that are provided to you. So as opposed to just saying the property is owned or controlled by the city of Leon Valley or government entity, he decided or recommended that we could include terms like SAWS, being specific, SAWS, CPS, City of San Antonio, if equates to that. So that's one of the revisions for that, just kind of, I just wanted to mention it before we forgot about that. So then fourthly, the director determines that fencing would interfere with required drainage, utilities, public access, or another public health or safety requirement, meaning that it wouldn't be feasible for someone to put a perimeter fence, because it would cause more concern as opposed to deterring the risk. So another amendment would be to amend the property inspections portion of the ordinance. So this would be A3, adding a requirement for a perimeter fence. So when the city inspector goes out there, this is one of the things that he's gonna look for when he inspects a commercial building as part of the registration process. Any perimeter fencing required by the division to determine whether the fencing is properly installed, secured, and maintained. So those are gonna be the things that he would look for. So we'd also amend the perimeter fencing of vacant commercial property. So this is what would be required of the owner. He shall install a continuously maintain perimeter fence around the property in accordance with this section. Subsection B says the perimeter fence should be not less than 6 feet in height, be constructed of chain link, wrought iron, or another durable fencing material approved by the director, completely enclose the property except for approved points of ingress and egress, include gates at all points of vehicular or pedestrian access, be maintained in good repair and free from broken, missing, leaning, damaged, or unsecured sections, be designed and maintained so as not to obstruct required visibility triangles, drainage facilities, fire department access, utilities, sidewalks, or public rights-of-way. So for example, for the fence, normally what they would do is at the intersection, they'd push it back 25 feet on either side, so it'd cut across the property that way. That way it doesn't impede on vehicular traffic. It's visible, makes it visible. So you would also have to comply with all other applicable city ordinances and development requirements. So we'll continue on that. Section C, all gates should remain closed and secured when the property is unattended, except as necessary to permit authorized access to the property. The owner shall maintain the area within the perimeter fence in accordance with all applicable city property maintenance, nuisance, weed, litter, and fire prevention regulations. The installation of perimeter fencing does not authorize the obstruction of any public or private easement, drainage facility, fire lane, utility facility, or required emergency access. The director may approve an alternate method of securing the property when the owner demonstrates that strict compliance with this section is impracticable, and because of the physical characteristics of the property, and the alternative provides an equivalent or greater level of protection against unauthorized access and threats to public and safety. So sometimes due to topography, it's impossible for them to securely install a perimeter fence. G, a property owner required to install perimeter fencing under this section shall comply within 60 days after written notice from the director. H, a person who owns vacant commercial property and fails to install or maintain perimeter fencing as required by this section commits an offense. Each day that a violation continues after expiration of the compliance period constitutes a separate offense. I, initial compliance, notwithstanding subsection G, an owner of vacant commercial property existing on the effective date of this ordinance shall have 120 days from the effective date of the ordinance adopting this section to comply with the perimeter fencing requirement of this section. Thereafter, the compliance period provided in subsection G shall apply. So basically, if this ordinance passes, the existing vacant properties will have 120 days. Anybody that comes after the ordinance is passed will only have the 60 days.
Would only have 60, okay.
Section J, inspection fee. The owner of vacant commercial property subject to this section shall pay any applicable inspection or reinspection fee established in Appendix A of the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances. No additional inspection fee shall be assessed for an inspection conducted solely as part of the routine code enforcement unless a reinspection is required due to the owner's failure to correct a previously identified violation. So the inspection is going to be included. However, if you fail an inspection, then you would pay a reinspection fee. So fiscal impact. The permit fee for a fence is $75. So staff recommends approval of the amendments. So before we go any further, I did want to address some of Art's comments. So you were handed, I guess, the red line version. Mm-hmm. So there's a couple of things that I did want to hit on. Two of the major ones are going to be whether or not we want to include the verbiage of the government entities so far. So whether if, CPS, SAWS, and those kind of entities are exempt, and if we wanted to include that in the ordinance.
So that's Art's question to y'all.
Yeah.
Do you want to include, I think you should. It's, it would be just like us. You would include those
Okay.
entities, whether or not.
I was just,
If y'all
So
want.
the one thing that I would add is that what he went over with respect to the definitions excluded governmental entities from a vacant piece of property, but it's not likewise included in what is excluded for vacant buildings. And so do you want, that's basically the question. Do you want consistency between both sections?
I would think so. I would think so. I mean, that's,
So consistency, and then make sure that they add all the other government
Mhm.
entities.
Right, I think so.
Okay.
Is that the consensus of the council? Yeah, okay. Yes, Counselor Campos.
Rather than putting, saws and
Right.
all those in each section,
Yeah.
why don't we just add it to the definition that that's what it includes?
Yeah,
That way,
governmental
it's only
entities.
added once,
Yeah.
and you can keep the governmental entities. I don't know, that's
Mhm.
just a question or suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, it's in 3.02.006.5, and that'll just say buildings is owned by the city of Leon Valley, and then I'll remove the rest and insert or any other governmental entity.
Okay,
That'll be the conforming
okay. Mhm.
language there.
Okay. And did you have another section that you wanted us to look at?
Yeah, so the main section would be,
I'm sorry, which one?
it's section F1, I'm sorry, it's F1, where he added a section 2 and 3 at the very end.
Which page is that? Yeah.
So that's section 3.02.018.
018, okay. Oh, it's at the very, very back.
I have copies if you don't.
I gave them copies.
Yeah, we have copies, yeah. We all have copies, yeah. Mm-hmm. And so what section there? You said F?
Yes, so he was gonna add, so it's F1, and we were gonna add a section 2, 3, and 4.
2, 3, and 4, okay.
Those relate to a director's alternative means other than a building.
Mm-hmm.
Those are, the sections that I add are really to mitigate, I mean, there could be a property you can see that might be, we're putting a fence and securing it is more costly than the property itself. And so these were,
Yeah.
the suggestions were just to mitigate against a charge of a regulatory taking.
So giving the director some leeway on,
Correct.
yeah, some discretion. Yeah.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
But the way it's written, they would have to provide documentation.
sure.
And it does also account for, in case there's some sort of hardship.
Hardship, okay, there you go. Okay. Okay, and then how about K? That's an appeal?
It's an appellate process that's included in the vacant building section, but wasn't included in the vacant property section.
Okay. Versus property.
So just trying to,
Add consistency.
marry the two. Now, the other option is just to is to kind of marry those two sections and blend them together and try to, and come up with just one regulatory scheme as opposed to two regulatory schemes, one for building and one for property. But as presented, they are two separate regulatory schemes. And so, and that was actually kind of one of the warnings that I had was that you can see that there might be a property that's two lots. One has a building on it, one doesn't, and then you've got problems with how are you going to enforce that? So that was the only other thing was, do y'all want multiple regulatory schemes, or do we want to try to marry this into one scheme?
Well, you've already done the work for two. So then you'd have to do it all over again, right?
Yeah.
To blend them,
So I agree that it looks like it's the same process for the appeal. You could just leave it that way, but it has now an appeals process versus before.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And I will just say that the appellate process that was originally in there, I beefed that process up a little bit to, just more due process in there than what your current ordinance has.
Okay. All right. Yes, Counselor Campos.
Is it possible that the appellate process doesn't come to the city council and maybe it's a a decision by the city manager as opposed to,
Nope. Hard no. And that's y'all's job. If it, I mean, when it comes to appeals of the ordinance that y'all have set in place, I think the appropriate measure is for y'all to determine whether or not y'all want to uphold that decision or not. Because I am a hard no all the time. Like, so I don't really have a lot of gray, and y'all do, and y'all should. But it's your ordinance. So if the ordinance says no and there's some weird hardship, my hardship level of empathy is way lower than I think some of y'all's. So,
because I'm trying to figure out what would be can you give us an example of a hardship? I'm just trying to figure that out. Because what's going to happen is that everybody's going to appeal it, and it's going to be coming to city council on a regular basis. If, once we enact this, that's what I.
but y'all, and that's the thing. Once y'all set a standard of no, you won't get them as often. The part is when y'all start wavering. And the problem in the past, when we didn't have an appeals process for it, the city manager ends up getting, or the directors end up getting thrown under the bus when it's the wrong person. When it's a friend of a whoever, then it's like, we did the wrong thing. So I don't want to put my staff and or myself in that process in violating your ordinance that y'all have adopted in some way, because I feel that their hardship is more important this time than next time. Or you get a different city manager in here that says these hardships are, valid versus these hardships. These ordinances, you typically don't see them regularly, right? Like, we don't, as a city manager, I don't come and bring back your whole code book and say, this is the way you should do it. We get them as they come. And so the first time you'll see this, if I'm not here, will be a city manager that makes a call that y'all may not like, or the council didn't know, or whatever. So all of these, anytime when it comes to your ordinance and us having an issue or thinking that somebody has an appeals process for it, the staff shouldn't be your appellate. It's your ordinance. You should be your appeals process for it. Because I've just seen it go bad when it's the city manager's sole decision or a staff director's sole decision to make the final decision on those. But if you uphold your ordinance, you won't get them every single time. It's when you start giving variances, that's why you get them quite frequently.
Those old variances, they come
Well,
back and bite us.
I'm just thinking
know?
the tree
Yeah,
mitigation
tree mitigation,
fees,
my
that
gosh.
they've really gotten out of hand. Where we're going to always negotiate them,
Hey,
have them.
and how about R6? Hello, right? R6 gets, varied much smaller than it should be. But anyway, that's already been done. Okay, so, huh?
I'm R6.
No, I love your R6. I don't like the R6s that are coming in,
We
because
call them
pass a
R7.
cup of sugar to the next, really, there's on top of one another. But anyway, so what do y'all want to do? You want to combine it?
Yeah.
Yes, Counselor Mercer,
I think they're already two separate. I'd leave it as two separate and just mirror the components the way that the attorney has recommended, so
does everybody
should be
feel
consistent.
that we can just do that? Okay, all right, thank you. So, it's,
So then I will.
first read.
Yes, so I will have Art make the changes that y'all are okay with. We've heard that y'all are okay with the government entity, leaving them to appeals process. The other thing, Art suggested was the fine. I think I sent that to y'all in an email, if you want to explain the fine piece a little bit to them.
Right,
Art.
so there's,
2,000, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Was it 2,000?
The 2,000 is what you currently have in there. And that is an appropriate amount for fire safety zoning or public health and safety type ordinances, which I think this is why y'all are trying to adopt this as a public health and safety type regulation. So we just want to beef up I'd like to add, if allowed, some language in here to really kind of hammer that home so that we can make some legislative findings with respect to that to make the ordinance more defensible, if y'all want to keep it at 2,000. Otherwise, we're capped at $500, and $500 is fine. I don't have to make any legislative findings because that's already allowed by state law. But if it's for this type of blight type ordinance, I would suggest that we add some purpose language in there and make some legislative findings as to what the reason and why we're doing that, and include that language in the ordinance.
Okay, is that just a one-time fine?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. So
2,000.
every violation
Yes.
would be a max 2,000
Would be a
if you,
max
if you
2,000.
keep it the way that it is.
Okay.
Or y'all could lower it to $500 if you wanted to do that. That was the other question.
Okay, all right. What do y'all think? Yes, Counselor Marsh.
I would say to go ahead and keep it with the 2,000 and put the extra language about public health and safety, because we know our issues are primarily going to be with the homeless moving in, and then that's the blight, and that's the health and safety impact of the homeless, you know, moving in or whatever, whether it's to a building or just to a property.
Right. And I'm just wondering if that fine would speed up the developers, you know, modus to go ahead and clean up the property and rebuild or whatever they need to do. I mean, right? I mean, isn't that what we're trying to get them to, or raise it? Yeah, exactly. Or, yeah. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Everybody agreed for the 2,000? Okay. All right. And adding the language with
Yes, ma'am.
the health and safety and well-being. Okay, very good, thank you. So, Art, will you be able to have this for the next
Yes, ma'am.
council? Okay.
I mean,
And so did
most
y'all-
pretty much just accept
Okay.
most of what's in here anyway.
Yeah. So did y'all want to put it on the consent agenda, or do you want to go ahead and read it again? That's what I needed to know. You can always pull it out. Okay, let's just do it that way. So yes. All right, very good. Thank you, Michael. We've worked you hard tonight. All right, very good. All right, moving then to the last agenda item before we go back into executive session. Again, no vote. This is a first read, and we'll need to decide whether to put it in for the consent agenda for September 1st. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council authorizing the mayor to execute a commercial contract, unimproved property between the City of Leon Valley as seller and Arbor Urban Developers LLC as buyer for the sale and conveyance of approximately 0.55 acres of real property located on Huebner Road, Leon Valley, Texas, for the purchase price of $1,000 in accordance with the Economic Development and Infrastructure Improvement Funding Agreement previously approved by City Council. And again, this is our first read, no vote tonight. Oh, that's right, Dr. Caldera, you're back. Okay, we've been working you hard too. Okay.
So
All
guys,
right.
there's no PowerPoint on this. Y'all have already gone through the development agreement. This is to fulfill the portion of the development agreement, which is the purchase contract. The city attorney's office has reviewed the purchase contract. They are clear it's a typical purchase contract for that one, for the 0.55 acres of land. And so we can get that transaction completed as part of the agreement for the silo property.
Okay, any questions on that? So, on the consent agenda, okay, sounds good. All right, before we move back into executive session, are there any requests of city council members to add items to future agenda? And I would like to add the Hodges issue. I know that neighborhood. I mean, years ago, we got the one way, and it was, this chamber was filled to the gills. These people are passionate about their neighborhood. And I think we need to bring them back so they can understand what we can and can't do on that street. So that's what I would say, but I'm not sure when, because we want to give them notice.
Yeah, so
So-
it's either going to be, because I got to do a little bit of homework. Because
Sure.
we've brought this up a couple of times, and I want to say that we've looked at the dead end, and there's some issues with right-of-way. You can't just put flexible billiards
Yeah.
and have the fire truck go over them when they have an emergency. It'll ruin your equipment. Same thing with police vehicles. They would have to pull into that last driveway, use private property to use the exit. As other people, if they accidentally go down, there's not a turn radius there for them to turn around. And people do go down dead ends, I mean, and so you have to have enough, the turn radius for a dead end you'd have to eat at Evers Road, and there's a house right at the corner.
That's part Leon Valley, part City
Yeah,
of
it's
San
kind
Antonio.
of weird, and so, so I know we've looked at it in the past, but I need to do a little, my memory is good, but not great, and so I need to do a little homework on seeing if we did get the engineer's opinion at that time, if y'all want.
I can't remember.
So it'll be a discussion more than anything on, you know, what y'all want to do, if you want to contract with the engineer to relook at doing that. But what came out of that conversation was the dead end street. And so it is dead end, and the people that are violating, or not the dead end, I'm sorry, one way. The most people that are violating the one way are the residents that live on said street.
Which I didn't know. I thought it was people from outside coming
I mean,
in.
there's people that
Yeah.
from the outside that do violate it, but I think the homeowners that live there still utilize the other ways. So, but yes.
Yeah, and also they presented us with a petition, so they did.
Right, but they're
make-
that's not, so what they presented was not a petition.
Well, I
from a
understand.
legal
They
perspective.
think it's this is what I'm saying. We need to explain all
Sure.
of that to them. So it's a very tight neighborhood down there.
Oh, absolutely.
So-
And I definitely recommend that y'all hear it. I just need a
Yeah.
little bit of time to
Sure.
do some
So if we
homework.
do it maybe in
Second meeting
in
September.
October.
Yes, oh, first
Maybe
meeting in
even-
October?
We don't
I'm
have a
good with-
first meeting in October
Oh,
because
so
of
yeah, second meeting in
National Night
October.
Out.
Yep,
So
yep.
maybe the second meeting, we can give them some
Notice, yes, ma'am.
notification. What do y'all think? Yes.
I agree with putting that issue on
Yeah.
an agenda.
Definitely. Okay. Anyone else have something else that you want to put on the agenda? Okay. If not, then let me read. We're going to move back into executive session at 9:01, and let me read that agenda item again. 2.1, pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 551, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney about a proposed infrastructure improvement agreement, Sawyer Development easement between the City of Leon Valley and Samir Shahadi One Stop Group LP. So at this time, 9:01, we'll move into executive session. Okay, and stand in recess. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just gotta go. Are you here for something specific? No. Oh, okay, okay. No, I'm just like, oh man, did we miss something? Okay. Thank you.
David Creek, like,
It was cold in there too.
Yeah, it's cold out here, right?
Oh, luckily everybody went home.
Okay. Everybody back? All right, we're back from executive session at 9:46. And on agenda item 2.1, there is no action. All right, and with that, then we will move to adjourn without objection at 9:47. And we'll see y'all on September the 1st. All righty, y'all take care. Have a good evening.
All right, guys, you said you're going back to Austin?
Drive safe.
Well, hook 'em horns.